This conference will now be recorded.
Very good morning to one and all. Welcome to the first session of Day 3 of the ATAL Academy sponsored Faculty Development Program on recent trends in upstream petroleum technology, organized by the Department of Petroleum Technology, Dibrugarh University. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our first resource person this morning, our respected HOD ma'am, Professor Subrata Gogoi ma'am, who will be speaking on the topic enhanced oil recovery. Gogoi ma'am is currently the professor and head of the Department of Petroleum Technology, Dibrugarh University. He was awarded the prestigious Indo-US 21st Century Knowledge Initiative Project by UGC in 2015 with the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, US. The DSP India Tunisia project with Aspect University in 2017. UGC UKRE Joint Research Program, UKRE Free Project with the University of Edinburgh, UK in 2018. The DSP IC Impact, the Indo-Canadian project with the University of Ontario Institute of Technology in 2020. Her notable works were published in Springer, Elsevier, SPE, SES, Taylor and Francis, and many more. To her credit, she has two books, Petroleum Technology, Enhanced Oil Recovery Techniques, publisher Oxford and IBH, and Advances in Petroleum Technology, Enhanced Oil Recovery Techniques, publisher Jenny Stanford Publishing, New York. So please join me in welcoming Professor Subrata Gogoi ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ranjan, for your nice words. And I really thank the coordinators of the AICTE Training and Learning. So I thank the coordinators, Dr. Ranjan Fukan, Assistant Professor of the Department of Petroleum Technology, Dibrugarh University, and Mr. Posun Malik, Assistant Professor of the Department of Petroleum Engineering, Dibrugarh University Institute of Engineering and Technology. This ATAL AICTE Training and Learning Academy online 5-day program is in the Department of Petroleum Technology from 7th to 10th March 2022. So this is mainly on the area of recent trends in upstream petroleum technology. So my topic today is enhanced oil recovery. So the global scenario of crude oil the global energy scenario, I would like to say that about the global energy scenario that is in 2020 and 2035. The difference is for coal, you can see the decline in coal. By 2035, it will be a slight decline in coal because of the global warming effect. And the nuclear energy will be towards the rise. And hydroelectricity, you can see here, it is also towards the right, towards the rise. And renewables is shooting very high, that is from 2.2% to 6.4%. And oil will drop down because of the global warming effect. And here the biofuels will have a shoot. Right now we have 0% biofuels, and it will be about 0.7% in 2035. The natural gas also, which is a very clean energy, it will rise from 23.7 to 26.4. So this is government's pressure that the hydrocarbon energy should be dropped. So you can see the effect in case of coal and in case of oil, and in case of natural gas, which is eco-friendly gas, it is shooting up. So this is a global crude oil scenario. The total crude oil, so this is the non-recoverable and recoverable crude oil, which is the non-recoverable is 4142 gigabarrels, and the recoverable is 3,000 gigabarrels. Out of this recoverable, we have the remaining as proved reserves, that is 1687.9 gigabarrels, and produced is 1312.1 gigabarrels. So we are 43.7 we can produce. So this is for the conventional energy. The production can be up to 43.74%. The non-recoverable, for the non-conventional energy, the non-recoverable is 6390 gigabarrels, and the recoverable is 2210 gigabarrels. The remaining as proved is 2120 gigabarrels, and produced so far is 90 gigabarrels. This belongs to the Western countries, mainly to Canada and the US, where they have been producing non-conventional oil. India is in the early stage, they are into research till now. So this is the world oil production in million barrels per day. So this is the natural gas liquids. The natural gas liquids in 2030, it will be towards the rise. This is a clean fuel. So this is non-conventional oil. It is almost same, slightly increased, because the extraction process of non-conventional oil is a tough process, and it requires lots of money for the extraction of non-conventional oil. And carbon dioxide, this is crude oil from enhanced oil recovery. You can see there is a slight rise, crude oil from enhanced oil recovery. Crude oil fields yet to be found. So crude oil, there is a decline in the crude oil field yet to be found. Crude oil field yet to be developed is a sharp decline. So the crude oil from currently producing field is a sharp decline. So there will be no new fields during this period from 2022 to 2030. So this is a prediction by International Energy Agency resources to reserves. So availability of crude oil as per API gravity. So we normally determine the API gravity of the crude oil because it exists in a whole number. So according to API gravity, which is 141.5 divided by specific gravity minus 131.5. So if the specific gravity is high, the API gravity will be low. For light crude oil, the API gravity greater than 31, it is this much is the production of light crude oil in the blue, and medium crude oil API gravity between 31 to 22. This is the yellow portion, this is the orange portion, that is 2%, and the heavy crude oil, which is 21 to 10, this is the gray portion, it is 2.62%. The extra heavy is much higher, that is 66.44%, which is API gravity 10 or less. So we Indians are interested in the middle, this range 31 to 22 API gravity. So Indian fields are producing very good quality crude oil that belongs to the sweet category of crude oil resembling the bland crude oil. So this 28.94, we are interested in the medium or heavy crude oil. So onshore and offshore oil production. The onshore of oil production is perhaps the highest compared to the offshore crude oil production. You can see here 40,000 oil and gas fields covered, onshore and offshore. So in both onshore and offshore, more than 40,000 oil and gas fields were discovered till now. 94% of oil is produced from 1,500 fields only. So rest are not producing. Only 94% of oil is produced from 1,500. Out of this, only 1,500 fields are producing. So onshore, we have 72% production from onshore, and from offshore we have 28%, as the data is 2021. Here we are, the different types of enhanced oil recovery. The crude oil that is being produced by different types of enhanced oil recovery. This is miscible carbon dioxide. The production from the miscible carbon dioxide is 11%. This is carbon dioxide, immiscible carbon dioxide. The production from immiscible carbon dioxide is only 1%. This is the global scenario. For miscible hydrocarbon, which can be vaporizing gas drive or a condensing gas drive, it is miscible hydrocarbon as 31%. So this miscible hydrocarbon production is mainly from the west. Mainly the dominance is seen in the Gulf of Mexico. Then we have the chemical flood. Indian fields are going for chemical flood. So this is 2%. The world scenario is 2% because chemical flood is relatively costlier than other floods. Then we have the steam flood, which is 54%. Steam enhanced oil recovery is mostly in the tight reservoirs and in the reservoirs that is producing very heavy crude oil. Then we have the combustion, which is also a heat energy introduced into the reservoir, that is 1%. So this is the different enhanced oil recovery that is being implemented in the world. So half of the world's production, which comes from 100 biggest field, almost all of these are more than 25 years old. So we are getting production from the old fields, not much from the new fields. Most of the oil and gas will not come from new fields. So oil production, so these are the known deposits, and enhanced oil recovery is shooting up. So the new discoveries you can see in blue, which is almost towards the decline. The conversion, there is the conversion here, that is the other energies can be converted to crude oil. So this is the conversion. And this is the oil consumption. The oil consumption is towards the rise since 2005 to 2030, it will shoot up. So this is oil viscosity with the reservoir depth. The screening criteria for EOR and IOR. So in terms of depth and oil viscosity, we have categorized the screening criteria. So this is immiscible gas injection. So you can see the depth is about slightly more than 1,000 meters depth we can go, and the viscosity is quite less, that is 0.1 to 10 centipoise. And this brown one is a pattern water injection or bottom water injection. This is a secondary recovery process, the brown one. The depth can shoot down to 4,000 meters. I've given this negative because we are going against gravity, 4,000 meters. And the viscosity is 0.1 to almost 10. The chemical EOR viscosity is 1 to, this is about 80 centipoise, and the depth is quite shallow. It is, the depth is quite shallow, that is 0 to 100 meters only. The thermal EOR, it is actually applicable to the shallow reservoirs. The viscosity, you can see it is about 5 to 10, 1 lakh, about 5 to 1 lakh centipoise. So for thermal EOR. So similarly, for miscible nitrogen gas injection, you can go deeper into the reservoir. That the depth is 3,000 to 4,000 meters, and the viscosity is 0.1 to 10. You can see here. So these are the screening criteria with respect to viscosity of oil and reservoir depth. So I would like to tell you about the capture mechanisms. We have actually, according to Shu and Rakke 1984 and 87 paper, we have two capture mechanisms inside the reservoir: the interception capture mechanism and the staining capture mechanism. In the interception capture mechanism, the blobs are intercepted on the grain surface. The other portion of the grain or the oil blob is almost not surrounded by grain. So here in the stain capture mechanism, you can see both sides. The oil blob is being stained inside in the throat area. So this is a throat area and this is a pore. So these intercepted blobs can be removed during the secondary recovery process, and also sometimes in the enhanced oil recovery process, but drastic exotic fluids and enhanced oil recovery process should be applicable when to remove the stained blobs. The stained blobs are difficult to remove from the reservoir. So these are the two capture mechanisms we are going to study in enhanced oil recovery, and the release of this capture mechanism can be well seen in the microfluidics. So normally what we do, we do the co-flood experiments, and in the co-flood experiments, we do it macroscopically. We cannot see what's happening inside the porous media of the reservoir. But in the microfluidics, we can see the blobs being stained and intercepted. and how is the blobs being removed, which are the blobs being removed, and we can also count the number of blobs that are being removed by the different enhancer recovery process as well by the secondary recovery process. So this is the cost of enhancer recovery projects. Surfactant is very costly when you're introducing surfactant along with the water. Normally our reservoirs are water wet reservoirs. So we introduce these chemicals which are soluble with water, that is aqueous media soluble chemicals. So surfactants are very costly ones. So in order to combat this, we are trying to introduce some of the natural surfactant together with it, which is the black liquor, which is an anionic surfactant. And more so we are interested in anionic surfactant because a reservoir seems to be anionic in nature, that is negatively charged. So these, we are introduce anionic surfactant, there will be repulsion and absorption will be minimized. The second is the carbon dioxide injection. So this is also slightly costlier compared to the other enhancer recovery process because this, the surface equipment, the compressor and all these are costly here. The surface equipments are costly. So this is a costly affair, carbon dioxide. But we need to introduce carbon dioxide because we need to neutralize the carbon dioxide on that is present because of hydrocarbon emission in the atmosphere. We need to neutralize it, carbon neutrality. So the next is the thermal flood. Here also we need to put some heaters inside, or we can also put heaters on top and drive and make the heat energy and drive it into the reservoir, or put the heaters in the reservoir. We can put below the injector or well, or we can put it below the production well. So this is also slightly costlier. But this polymer flood, normally when we introduce the polysaccharides, this and the xanthan gum, the polymer flood is cheaper, but if we introduce the chemical polymers, the polymer flood price may increase. So this is a polymer flood. The water flooding is cheaper. This pertains to the secondary recovery process. MEOR, which is the microbial enhancer recovery, is also much cheaper as compared to the other process. So this is the primary recovery process. What we do actually in the oil field is the primary recovery process. With its own energy, crude oil is being released onto the surface by natural flow or by artificial lift, and we can also go for stimulation. We can energize the reservoir. So this is the secondary recovery. Then comes the secondary. If this fails, the primary recovery fails, go for secondary recovery process. So, and after the secondary recovery process, as I have mentioned, it is basically the water flood, introduction of the conventional fluids. That is mainly the brine and the natural gas. Brine is also referred as the water flood. So enhancer recovery process, we have the miscible gas injection and the microbial injection and chemical flood, thermal flood. For the chemical flood, we are doing the foam assisted carbon dioxide flood and foam alone flood into the reservoir. The nanofluids designed from the rice husks. We are doing making nanofluids designed from rice husks and introducing it in the reservoir so as to increase the surface area and hence decrease the interfacial tension between the oil and the water in the reservoir. And the surfactant flood. There are different types of surfactant. The students here are trying with different types of surfactant, and more so with the black liquor, and black liquor associated with some chemical surfactants as well. Then The polymer flood, then the alkali flood. In the alkali flood, actually we are trying to use the alkali flood to convert the wettability of the reservoir towards the water wet. So we are not having so much of problem because I have already mentioned that our reservoirs are more towards the water wet as compared to oil wet. Exceptional is in case of Borhola oil field belonging to ONGC Jorhat, which is an oil wet reservoir. Then we have the polymer flood, and we can also tie up alkali surfactant polymer together, surfactant polymer, alkali polymer, and then alkali surfactant. So this combination also are working very good in the fields of Upper Assam Basin. So for the thermal flood, we have the enriched gas injection. For the thermal flood, I'll tell you later what we have in the next slide. So let's come to miscible flood. So miscible flood, we have the alcohol slug injection. This is not perhaps been practiced in the field, but only in the lab. This is being practiced. And the LPG slug injection, which is very costly, which is not being practiced. And then we have in the miscible flood, we have the enriched gas injection or the condensing gas drive, and the high pressure natural gas injection and the vaporizing gas drive. These two are being implemented in the fields. So these are the IOR and the UOR. So the difference between the two. So oil recovery by injection of fluids not present in the reservoir, this belongs to UOR. That is the exotic fluids. We call it exotic fluids. When IOR is actually the introduction of both. It can be exotic fluids and the conventional fluids. So removal of immobile oil is for EOR, and removal of both the mobile and the immobile oil is for IOR. So you can see the white circle here in pink is IOR. The changes, EOR changes the intrinsic properties of the reservoir fluids. No change, there may not be any change, or sometimes there may be change in the intrinsic properties of the reservoir fluids. So normally we play with the reservoir fluids in case of UOR. So this is the combination effect of the different floods in case of chemical enhancement recovery. So the thermal floods, this is the hot fluid injection and the in situ combustion. For the hot fluid, we can introduce the hot water, the saturated steam and cold water. For the in situ, this is the fluid that we prepare on the surface and then introduce into the reservoir. But for the in situ combustion, we are putting the heater inside the reservoir. This can be the forward combustion and the reverse combustion. In case of forward combustion, we put the heater just below the injector well. It can be categorized into two categories, that is a dry forward steam combustion and the wet combustion. And wet combustion again can be categorized into combination thermal drive and the cow, which is a combination of forward combustion and water flooding. So this is forward combustion. We have so many categories of forward combustion. Wet combustion means we introduce, along with the heat, oxygen or air, we introduce water also here, because water is a very good conductor of heat. And the reverse combustion, we put a heater just below the production well, and through the injector well, we introduce air or oxygen, which is oxygen normally we don't do because it becomes costly. So this is a technical criteria for chemical UOR. So API gravity, degree API is greater than 20, the viscosity is lesser than 35, and for this is ASP and micellar flood. Micellar is actually surfactant, but micellar means we are taking the surfactant after the critical missile concentration. We take the surfactant at the critical missile concentration, that is called micellar. So it is same as surfactant flood. In surfactant flood, we may not take the surfactant at the critical micellar concentration. So this is the polymer flood. So polymer flood, these are the criteria for the polymer flood. The composition is light intermediate hydrocarbons are desirable for micellar, and high acid number of crude oil are needed for alkali flood. So acid number means the percentage of KOH. So that can make acid react with the crude oil. So this is the oil saturation percent pore volume at the reservoir condition, formation water salinity. Chloride should be less than 20,000 and calcium divalence less than 500. Type of formation is sandstone preferred. Average permeability in millidarcy can be greater than 50 and depth 2743.2. It should be less than this, and the temperature should be less than 93.33. But interestingly, we have reservoir temperature not more than 90 in most of the reservoirs of Upper Assam Basin. So we are lucky. That's why we are flooding more of the chemical into the reservoir for enhanced soil recovery. So selection of chemical EOR. We first have to see what type of reservoir it is. Sandstone reservoirs are the best reservoirs for chemical EOR. The rock mineralogy, clay types, and the heterogeneity of the reservoir. Rock mineralogy means whether it's an anionic reservoir or a cationic reservoir or a mixed reservoir, that is non-ionic reservoir. We have to see to the rock mineralogy as well. The clay type, whether the clay type is smectite, carolinite, montmorillonite, illite, and chlorite. So if there is montmorillonite, there will be clay swelling and the pore spaces will be reduced and staining capture mechanism will be more. So heterogeneity, reservoir heterogeneity. So our reservoir, the barrier reservoirs of US is the homogeneous reservoir having an heterogeneity of less than 10%. But all the rest of the reservoirs in the world are heterogeneous reservoir. Our reservoirs we have done the heterogeneity study and we have seen the reservoirs are quite heterogeneous, more than 60%. So this is the reservoir pay zone thickness. This is the absolute permeability and the porosity. So we need to know the pay zone thickness. If the Eocene reservoirs are very thin reservoirs, the thickness are very less. So most of the floods are not promising there, but the Beral and the Tipam reservoirs are widespread reservoirs, and we can go for chemical EOR in those reservoirs. Then the reservoir temperature. The reservoir temperature, as I mentioned, we are lucky to have not a very high temperature reservoir. Our reservoir temperatures fluctuates between 70 to 90 or 90, sometimes 95 also degrees centigrade. So reservoir oil properties. Reservoir, what are the properties of the reservoir? We have to characterize the oil, find out whether the oil is paraffinic, naphthenic, or a mixed base. And accordingly, we should also see which of the chemicals will match in those characterized oil properties. And the ROS, that is the residual oil saturation. Salinity of the formation water is of course very important, and the presence of bivalent cations. So this salinity is important because there if it is more saline, the reservoirs may have some formation damage. So our reservoirs are not very saline reservoirs. Our salinity varies from 3,000 to 6,000 ppm. And the presence of bivalent cations also should be noted, because in bivalent cations, if there is the presence of more bivalent cations, there will be the accumulation of some precipitates inside the reservoir, and the pores and the throats of the porous media will be blocked. So chemical EOR, these are applied to tertiary mode to mobilize the oil in the pores held by capillary forces. So we need to mobilize the oil. The basic requirement for the particular chemical is that reduction of IFT, interfacial tension, wettability change, reduction of interfacial tension between the fluids, between the oil and the water, so that the blobs are released, and even between the oil and the porous media. If you can reduce the interfacial tension between the oil and the rock or the porous media, then the wettability changes. That affects the wettability. That affects the wettability. We need to have water-wet reservoir, as I have mentioned many times in this presentation. Solubilization. So whether the chemicals are soluble in the particular fluid system or not. So we are mainly interested in aqueous media soluble, because our reservoirs are water-wet reservoirs. So we are interested in those aqueous media soluble chemicals. And this improves the microscopic displacement efficiency of the reservoir. So we need to study the frontal advance theory to know the microscopic displacement efficiency of the reservoir. So it is macroscopically trying to displace the reservoir oils in case of chemical EOR. In case of polymer assisted chemical EOR, so we are not exactly doing the polymer floods here, because polymer floods are not working much in the upper Assam basin. We are doing polymer assisted chemical EOR. So here what happens, the polymer will have the mobility control. So it will reduce the mobility ratio lower. Less than 1 is better, but of course in the field we have mobility ratio less than 10. We are working with my mobility ratio less than 10. We are not sticking with 1. So this is a mobility control. So it improves the macroscopic sweep efficiency of the reservoir. So this is the macroscopically the reservoir is being swept. That means we are working with a piston-like movement. The theory applicable here for polymer flood is the piston-like movement. It's working like a piston. So reduction or IFT reduction between oil and water. So this is the IFT. As you are increasing the concentration of IFT, you can see these are the hydrophilic head and the lipophilic tail. So these are monomers of surfactant. So this is a micellar which is formed. So this is the micellar concentration. So micellar concentration will have the least IFT, and after this, if you increase the concentration, the IFT will remain the same. So it's better to have micellar concentration of the surfactant inside the reservoir, and this, when you use this type of surfactant at the micellar concentration, we call it as micellar flooding. Otherwise, you can use here also. That will be less, but this IFT will be slightly more, but you can use as well. That is a surfactant flood. So this is the wettability alteration. So all wet surfaces, this is all wet surfaces, the oil is spread out through the surface. So wettability change, alteration of oil is being accumulated. It's not being spread out. So wettability change. So water is taking its role. So here is the case of all wet interface. So this is zinc oxide nanoparticles. So recently we have also developed zinc oxide nanoparticles. So all wet interface. So this is all water interface. So this is all and water interface. So interfacial tension reduction. So there is the reduction of interfacial tension. So separation of both oil and water blobs. So nanoparticle penetration into the micropores of the porous media and penetration. So I have already mentioned it will be a microscopic displacement efficiency of the reservoir pertaining to the frontal advance theory. So mobility of water or the displacing fluid. So this is the mobility. So this is the mobility effect. It's the effective permeability of water by the viscosity of water. So this I have done the dimensional analysis. So this is the mobility of the display or the displaced fluid. This is K effective permeability of oil by the viscosity of oil, where Kw are the effective permeabilities. So this is are the viscosities of water and oil respectively. So mobility ratio. So in case of mobility of the displacing fluid divided by the mobility of the displaced fluid. So this is the mobility ratio, and this is the mobility ratio, which should be less than 1 in lab condition. So in case of mobility ratio, you can also take the relative permeability, or you can also take, but in case of mobility, you have to take the effective permeability. If you are asked to find out the mobility of water, it is only the effective permeability that you should take. We are not interested in the absolute permeability because this is a fluid system. Absolute permeability is the property of the rock, it's not a fluid. And relative and the effective permeability is the property of the fluid system, and absolute permeability is the property of the rock system. So the overall efficiency of the reservoir. So this is the overall is the microscopic displacement efficiency into the macroscopic sweep efficiency of the reservoir. So this is the microscopic displacement efficiency. You can see this SOI, initial oil saturation. So 1 minus SWI is SOI minus SOR divided by SOI is the microscopic displacement efficiency of the reservoir. So this is a picture view of the microscopic displacement efficiency. This is the aerial view, and this is the vertical or the inversion efficiency of the reservoir. So the macroscopic sweep efficiency ES, this is EV into EI. So EA is the superficial or the aerial sweep efficiency. This is the area swept. So this is the area swept. So at abandonment. So this is start of injection. This is the injector well, start of injection, and this is at abandonment. You can see the steam lines. So abandonment. So this is the maximum area swept. You cannot meet the reservoir area. So this is the square ABCD is the reservoir area, and this italic A is the maximum area swept. So it is at breakthrough when water has entered through the production well. So this is a superficial or the aerial sweep efficiency. This is the area A divided by the reservoir area ABCD. So the EV is the volumetric sweep efficiency, which is EA, the superficial or the aerial sweep efficiency, into the porosity of the reservoir, into the height of the reservoir, into the saturation or water or hydrocarbon saturation of the reservoir. So EI is the vertical sweep efficiency due to reservoir heterogeneity. So this is EI is the vertical sweep efficiency due to reservoir heterogeneity. So macroscopic sweep efficiency is ES, which is EV into EI. So this is the capillary pressure effect. So we can study the capillary pressure simple by school experiment. So this is the capillary pressure, and this is, if we equate these two, we can find out the height of the pressure. This is just an equation that I have written for you, and this is a capillary number. Capillary number is actually the viscous forces divided by interfacial forces. So this is, therefore, capillary number is inversely proportional to capillary pressure, inversely proportional to the interfacial tension. So higher the interfacial tension, lower will be the capillary number. So this is the relationship. So this is injector well, and this is a production well. This is a production well, and this is also an injector well. So this is the oil bank. So we are flooding alkali surfactant slug, assisted by polymer. So alkali surfactant flood will enhance the microscopic displacement efficiency of the reservoir. And the mobility agent, we are putting at polymer as a mobility agent. Actually, this agent will act like a piston, and it will enhance the macroscopic sweep efficiency of the reservoir. And mobility agent, this is a tempered polymer which we can introduce here, which will also enhance which will try to make the piston-like movement more effective. Then we can also put some water here in the form of brine, and so that it works, the polymer and ASP, this is the alkali surfactant slug, works properly. So this is actually the bank that we are creating inside the reservoir. So the remaining oil, which is ROS, remains inside the reservoir after the oil is being produced from the production well. So these are the surface equipments. So advances in the area of surfactant and polymer. High performance surfactants has been developed, which tolerates salinity up to 1 lakh ppm and 2500 ppm bivalent cations. So this is the silicon surfactant, shows very low absorption compared to conventional surfactant. So the petroleum sulfonate, which is a conventional surfactant. So we have the AOS and many surfactants, which are, this silicon surfactant, however, is costly, but it works better in the reservoir. Blends of surfactant mixtures improves water flooding efficiency significantly. So you can improve the water flooding efficiency by introducing blends of exotic fluids of surfactants. Surfactants are available which are thermally stable up to 260 degrees centigrade. The recent R&D studies indicate that sulfonated alkyl amide copolymers can tolerate high bivalent cations and temperature up to 120 degrees centigrade. So these are the latest literature studies. So the surfactant classifications, we have the anionic surfactant, the cationic, the non-ionic, and the deuterium. So this is the hydrophilic head, and the lipophilic tail, or the hydrophobic tail. So this is similarly, it is the hydrophilic head and the lipophilic, or the hydrophobic, that is water-hating tail. So this is similar is the case here for non-ionic. You can see amalgamation of both the positive and the negative ions here, and the deuterium, which is actually zero charge, hydrophilic and the hydrophobic. So types of surfactant used in enhanced soil recovery, enhanced soil recovery types of, so types of surfactants that are used in EOR. Normally, anionic surfactants are used, as I've mentioned already. Some blends of different surfactants are also used to get IFT conditions and favorable wetting changes. So wetting changes, we are interested more in the IFT change and the wettability change. So surfactants used in enhanced soil are of the following type: petroleum sulfonate. So this is the normal surfactant that we use. But for reservoirs with temperature, low salinity, and bivalent cations have better tolerance to salinity and hardness. That is A and B. That is alpha olefin sulfonate, AOS, and internal olefin sulfonate. These are two very important surfactants. We have started working in these two surfactants. Alkyl aryl sulfonate, that is AAS, for high temperature tolerance. And this is ethoxylated alcohol, that is EA. Thermal stability is AAS followed by IOS, AOS, PS, and EA. So we have to see the thermal stability of the surfactant as well. So limitation of chemical EOR. So mainly is the adsorption. So this is a monomer. So adsorbed polymer, you can see the polymers are also getting adsorbed. This is a polymer because polymer doesn't have a head and a tail, unlike the surfactant which has head and tail. So if you combine the polymer and the surfactant together, the adsorption will be lesser. The adsorption will be lesser. So this is, so if there is bivalent ions in the fluid system, the adsorption will be much more. So this is a micellar form. These are the micellar, this is a surfactant. But if you can put a polymer here, then the adsorption will be lesser. So normally we use surfactant and polymers together so that adsorption declines. So this is a surfactant. So water and this oil and brine system. So they are trying to make the micellar, and this is the formation of micellar, aggregation and formation of micellar. Micellar formation in oil in water or emulsion. So oil in water emulsion. So this is water wet reservoir. You can see here water wet reservoir, and it is a mixed wet reservoir. Mixed wet, this is all, these black ones are oil, and this blue one, light blue one is brine, and this is the brown one is the green. So mixed wet, so this is mixed wet reservoir. Some are attached to the rock, or water is attached to the rock system, oil is attached to the rock system, and oil wet reservoir, this oil is being attached to the rock system. So effect of interfacial tension during alkali surfactant flooding. So this is the water injection. During the water injection, these are the oil blobs. This is occupying the throats and the pores of the reservoir. High IFT oil blobs trapped by pore throat restrictions, and this is the oil blob passes through the pore throat restriction. Oil blob, this is low IFT. The IFT reduction between the water and the oil, hence the oil will coalesce with one another. Oil blobs will coalesce with one another, form a bank, and it can flow through the reservoir. So this is a performance of ASP flood. So this is a base case. The yellow is a base case, and these are all simulation work. This is oil rate, and this is a water cut. Water cut slowly it was the increase, but not much increase in case of ASP flood. So oil shoots up in the initial start, and then slowly it declines, but still it is producing. But Moran Reservoir is being producing with a water cut of 95%. So reservoirs are being produced in Upper Assam Basin with more than 80% of water cut. So these are different water, these are percentage of oil recovery with 0.1 SDC. So these are different types of surfactant that are being flooded inside the sodium dodecyl sulfonate. So these are being flooded inside the surfactant, and we study the oil recovery in different types of floods. So this is water flood. and SDC, and change water. When we are changing with water, what is the recovery profile? So this production performance of sodium dodecyl sulfate flooding at different concentrations. So when we are with different concentration, we get different profiles, recovery profiles. The performance of polymer flood. So this is the all rate till this is the simulation till February 22. We have done some simulation work in the CMG software, and also in Petrel and Eclipse we tried the simulation and we got this. So this is the water cut slowly towards the rise, and with the polymer flood you can see the pink one slowly its rise, extended pilot here, and commercialization. So this study was being done by one of my research student, PhD research student in the lab. So effective mobility ratio, this is the during polymer flood. So this is the effect of mobility, this is a fingering effect. So when the mobility ratio is less than 1.15, when the mobility ratio is 1, when the mobility ratio is 2.6, you can see the fingers coming out. And here the fingers are coming out in the with 6.7 and 18.3 and 84.5. You can see the fingers coming out. So production well, and this is the injector well. So comparison of all recoveries in xanthan gum polymer test at different concentration. So similar like in surfactant for xanthan gum, also this recovery was assessed for different concentration of xanthan gum with 3 weight percentage, 10 weight percentage, 3 weight percentage. So we can see the water cut. You can see the water cut and also the recovery, all recovery. Similar is the case, all recovery and water cut as a function of the injected pore volume for polymeric surfactant flooding with polymeric methyl ester sulfonate. So this is what we can see, the change water. So if we introduce PMES, that is the polymeric methyl ester sulfonate, there is a slight increase in the flood system, in the recovery profile also. After introduction of this works much better. So these are different arms of the HPAM, hydrolyzed polyacrylamide. So more arms you have, this is 4 arm, 8 arms, 13 arm. This you can observe under the microscope. Even in the microfluidics, you can see several configuration of branch HPM. So you can see here hyperbranch. What is the performance profile of hyperbranch and HPM alone and hyperbranch polymer? The recovery is much more for hyperbranch polymer, and this is the hyperbranch 1500. This you can see the recovery is still more. This is because the amount of polymer has increased here. Similarly, injected pressure also profile is exhibited here for different branch systems of polymers. So similar is the case here for all recovery with SDC and SDS PHPA, hydrolyzed polyacrylamide, the partially hydrolyzed polyacrylamide. So these also we can see 0.5. So this is the polymer molecule and added surfactant. You can see the head and the tail of the surfactant. So added surfactant, formation of micellar and the polymers embracing the surfactant micellars, and this is the added surfactant polymer. Obviously, this will work better in the enhanced soil recovery. More recovery will be from the added polymer and the surfactant. So you can see here, this is the inverted triangle. The recovery is much more, 0.3 SCC and 0.2 PV, 2000 ppm PHPA. So this is the highest recovery. So this violet one has the highest recovery compared to SDS alone. SDS alone has got this recovery. So flow cell, the displacement process from that end. So this is the flow displacement process that and carried out with brine. So this is only with brine. Linear polymer, polyacrylamide in the middle. When you're trying to displace, this is all when you're trying to displace with polyacrylamide, and branch polymer, polyethylene oxide polymer in the right. So if you're trying to displace it by means of this branch polymer, the displacement of the oil will be much more. So this is again the water cut and the stage enhanced oil recovery for different types of floods. So this is the highest water flooding. So this is the water flooding, and the water cut profile, and the ASP, and during the oil recovery during the ASP flood, SP flood, ASP flood, all these different floods having different recovery profiles. So this is also a green. Green, you can see here the green one. Green is the oil recovery, billion barrels, water cut, and orange one, the start of CG. So this is okay. So 2414, and the green one is the oil rate, and black this is the liquid flow rate. The black one is the liquid flow rate, and yellow is the recovery by foam. So this is a recovery profile of the foam. This is in a different software which was done with the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, USA, in CMG stars. The recovery by foam, that was a flood foam assisted surfactant flood. So this is a foam flooding, water flooding. During the water flooding, what is the scenario? The oil recovery this side, and this is the diversion ratio. And diversion ratio is the flow of foam is to the total flow volume. So how much foam is flowing with respect to the total flow volume of the fluid system. So water flooding effect. So high permeable reservoir. So this is the high permeable reservoir, and low permeable reservoir, and the oil recovery. Oil recovery during the profile. So this is a vaporizing gas drive and a condensing gas drive. For vaporizing, these experiments were done by the MTech students in the minor projects. So this is for high vaporizing gas drive. You can see the gas is here, which is high pressure gas injection. Normally it is methane, and the oil is here. We plot with the different tie lines and try to see what this is the area which is this is the area which is a missile phase, and this is area having two-phase system. So we demarcate it by we actually try to attend this miscible phase as compared to immiscible phase. Similar is the case for condensing gas drive, where oil is here, oil composition is here, oil composition was this one in case of vaporizing gas drive, but here the oil composition is here and the gas composition is here. We are trying to flood it by means of gas, which is a condensing gas drive area, and this is one biphasic region and this is the monophasic region. We try to attain this. We increase the pressure, this biphasic curve will reduce its size, so the more of the miscible area will be exposed. So this is the carbon dioxide injector well. So this is the oil bank, the miscible zone. Carbon dioxide is being flooded. It is being assisted by water, so that the thermal the conductivity, heat conductivity is carried, so assisted by water, then carbon dioxide, and again the dry water. So this is the oil expands, moves towards the producing well, and oil and oil. This is the carbon dioxide and oil mix here, and injected carbon dioxide encounters the trapped oil. So as the flood proceeds towards from the injector to the producing well. So this is the technical criteria for carbon dioxide EOR. API gravity more than 22, and the viscosity is less than 10. The composition is high percentage of intermediate C6 to C12, and all saturation greater than 20, and for type of formation sandstone or carbonate and less, and relatively thin and less deepening. So for carbon dioxide flooding, so carbon dioxide flooding is not done in India. So this has been practiced in UK and US, and also in some areas of Russia also has started practicing this carbon dioxide flooding. So average permeability in millidarcy not critical if sufficient injection rate can be maintained. So it is not a very critical process, but you have to maintain the injection rate. The depth and the depth of the depth and the temperature, it depends on the minimum miscibility pressure of carbon dioxide. So this is the so carbon dioxide miscible flood, and we have the carbon dioxide immiscible flood also. Low oil recovery, this is oil recovery is lower, but in miscible flood we did recover a sufficient amount of oil in the laboratory scale. So carbon dioxide enhanced oil recovery again here. So this is a typical diagram of carbon dioxide, only carbon dioxide enhanced oil recovery. So performance of carbon dioxide EOR. So this diagram has already been explained in the previous slide. So oil rate, gas injection, and so up to April 2020, when the project ended, the UK project ended, this was done in the University of Edinburgh at the UK. So these are the injected carbon dioxide, and this is a gas, and oil rate. You can see here oil rate with the gas injection. So gas injection started high here inside the reservoir, and what is the oil recovery at till April 20? The project ended in April 20. So this is the heat steam injection. So this is the high fluid injection, a hot fluid injection. So this is your hot fluid is being created on the surface, and it is being injected, and the hot fluid this is the oil and the gas bank is being created. The oil bank, this hot water is trying to push it all, and the steam is simultaneously injected from the injector well together with the air. And what happens as the steam is injected, temperature loses, it becomes hot water, and simultaneously it becomes cold water here. So it becomes, ultimately it becomes like a cold water flood. So in situ combustion, we are putting the heater here in the, this is a reverse combustion, this is a forward combustion where we put the heater here in the injector valve bottom. But in case of reverse combustion, we put it below the production valve bottom, and from the injector valve we put air, and here from the injector valve we put the heater here, and from the injector valve itself we put the air here to sustain the combustion process. So this is the combustion zone. We have these different types of zone. This is a coke formation zone, and mobile oil, and this one frontal advanced. The front is being advanced in this process, and cold heavy oil is being out from the production well. Similarly, here we have the heater here. The combustion. This is the air here. The heat is being radiated from this production valve bottom towards the injector valve. The combustion front is created somewhere here in the middle, and the combustion front tries to move the oil forward from the production through the production valve. But interestingly, whatever API gravity crude oil was initially inside the reservoir, final outcome will be a different API gravity, and there will be lots of chemical changes during the heat as a fluid EOR process. So effects of bisurfactant and bipolymers during polymer MEOR. So what happens there in case of MEOR? This is the grain and this is the oil. If it is oil wet reservoir and this is water, so incubation, you incubate with biosurfactant. We try to put biosurfactant and keep the well shut for a definite period of time. This was a project with ONGC, with Tejpur University, ONGC, and Dibrugarh University. We did together this project and incubate it inside in the pore, in the conventional pore system, and then improved microscopic displacement efficiency was seen here, and from in the polymer, in the biopolymer, and it actually MEOR works both for microscopic displacement efficiency and the macroscopic sweep efficiency. So this you can see it's like a piston-like movement, and it is the effect of polymer. Ultimately, what we have, both the efficiencies working very well in MEOR, but the candidate reservoir was not produced, so field efficiency cannot be found. So here microbial treatment. In case of microbial treatment without original oil, you can see there is no flow. That was 5 to 19, and in 7 to 19 after microbial treatment there is slight flow, and similarly after microbial treatment, after microbial treatment, 2 months of microbial, there is much more flow. So there is reduction in viscosity as well. So this is the title is foam assisted carbon dioxide flooding for depleted reservoirs of Upper Assam Basin and incandidate reservoir of Louisiana. So this was a project, the cumulative gas massive. So these are the works done till simulation till 2019. So carbon dioxide stored. So this much of carbon dioxide stored, carbon dioxide retained was this much. And this is the oil production. So these are the simulations. So this was done with Dr. Fateh Bukade with the Department of Petroleum Engineering, University of Louisiana at Lafayette. This project ended in 19. So this is a novel EOR technique for the depleted oil reservoirs of Upper Assam Basin with simultaneous carbon dioxide capture and sequestration. So this is a UKRI project with the University of Edinburgh with Professor Jenkins Fenn. So this also they have done in the North Sea. So this is a simulation work which was done at their university, and our students also went there to study on this. So these are the different till 2049 simulation was done for that particular field. You can see the cumulative stored carbon dioxide, the cumulative stored carbon dioxide in CCS only and for UR. So this is for UR. Cumulative stored carbon dioxide for UR was this red color line. So this much of carbon dioxide was stored. However, the total production is yet to be calculated. So it's a steam assisted gravity drainage. So this is a steam assisted, this is a simulation work of steam assisted base case. So this is the base case. We can see as the temperature rises, and kV 1.8 millidarcy, kH the vertical and the horizontal permeability, and the low permeability, this is kV and kH. Then the high perm, you can see 3.6 and 3.6 and 6 Darcy. So these are all in case of Darcy. So these are the different profile steam assisted, how much of the porous media is been occupied by the steam, high temperature steam. You can see here for a period of the 5.7 years, from 0.7 years to 5.7 years. So Nano UR, this is a project that I've written with University of Japan, and I don't know whether I'll get this project or not, but we will try to study this at zero initial at 0 minutes. So you can see the whole reservoir is oil here when we're putting nano UR. During water flood, this is the scenario here in 30 minutes, and during water flood 60 minutes, this is the scenario. You can see the shades are lightning. Here is the scale, the shades, this is highly oil saturated. You can see the different shades, how it is changing. And then after water flood 208 minutes, this is the shade. And this is after injection of 294 when we inject the GS, PHPA and silica nanoparticles. So it's chase water, and after that by chase water we clean the pore by means of chase at 4 minutes. So this was the recovery profile of the Nano UR. So this is Nano UR secondary recovery. So change water recovery. So we use the GS and solution, then the PHPA. So you are modeling in CMG. So this is the UR modeling in CMG, which the students has done in the lab itself. This is what we can see is the injection. It's a 5-spot pattern, 4 injector, and here the scale itself says how is the change in the colors will say the recovery profile of the reservoir. So you are in petrol RE. This is a steam line calculation of the steam lines, petrol RE. So these are different different injector and the producer wells. In petrol RE, we have to study the steam lines. Then we know the exact recovery profile of the reservoir. So MEOR modeling in CMG stars. So this is the water flood recovery and the MEOR recovery in the CMG EOR. So this is CMG stars, the recovery profile. So water flooding, during the water flooding, what is the recovery? The recovery is this blue line, light blue line. You can see here all recovery. So this is an injector. This is a line. This staggered line drive injector and a producer. So in conclusion, right selection of your process and accurate knowledge about the reservoir holds key to success of EOR. So chemical EOR, gas injection, and their combination appears promising. So if you can involve the chemical EOR with the foaming effect of the gas, the combination is promising, as we have seen for Indian fields. And combined approach of geophysics, all these are required. So everyone should sit together and work on this and advance and better understanding of in the area of various EOR techniques. So these are challenges that we need to overcome. So in-house manufacturing should be encouraged. The expertise of domain experts. So we are also to contact some of the domain experts in the West countries, and also in Russia. Also, I located some of the domain experts in the field. So this is the Department of Petroleum Technology, and thank you very much. So these are my books that are being published lately. And these are some of the very good papers in referred scientific citation index journals. And this is the international conference where me and Ranjan has, with the assistance from AICT, have been organized recently from 7 and 8 February 22. I'm just showing my department. And these are the different labs that we have in the department. You all are welcome to Dibrugarh University, especially to the Department of Petroleum Technology. You can come as intern students, or we can have projects together, collaborative projects together, and work together in the area of enhanced recovery, drilling lab. We have drilling also, and we have the core preparation lab. So these are the different labs. Besides, we have the petroleum park also. So these are the research facilities available to the students and the researchers of the department. And then the petroleum park, this is donated by ONGC Najira, 16 lakhs project from ONGC Najira. And these are the students going during attending the industrial training in oil and ONGC. So this is the online training which we have conducted during the COVID period. So thank you very much once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the very insightful answer. Informative.
I don't know what's the time by now. So I have concluded before time because we have an exam very soon. The exam will start very soon. That's why I have concluded before time. So any questions from the audience?
Any queries from the audience?
Hello, Ranjan.
Yeah, ma'am. So
if there are any questions from the audience, I can answer.
There is one.
Otherwise,
query.
I will have to quit because there are lots of missed calls here. I have to attend the calls.
There is one query in the chat box. During selection of chemical EOR, what is the range of salinity and how does it affect the result?
So during the selection of chemical EOR, what is the range of?
The range of salinity and how it affects the reservoir.
Okay, I have already given the criteria for chemical EOR. Normally, a chemical EOR, the range of salinity is 3,000 to 6,000 ppm. And chemical EOR is working very well in Upper Assam Basin because our reservoirs are not the saline reservoirs. In case of saline reservoirs, what happened? The chemicals will react with the reservoir salinity and will form some slugs there, and it will obstruct the porous medium. Did I answer you? Hello? One who have asked me the question, did I answer?
Is the query?
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other query? So there is no other query. So on behalf of everyone present in this program, I want to thank and appreciate Professor Dibrugarh Madam for sparing your valuable time and sharing with us your knowledge and expertise on the topic of enhanced recovery, which is very important in upstream petroleum technology. So through your lecture, we learned about the different EOR techniques that can be effectively applied in different types of reservoirs. So I believe everyone enjoyed the presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you once again.
So now we will have a break of 30 minutes. So we'll start the next session at 12. Sharply at 12, we will start the next session. So please join me again at 12. So the resource person for the next session will be Dr. Dibrugarh Neog of Dibrugarh. So he'll be talking on production technology.
Ranjan, I'm leaving now.
Yeah, well,
Okay, thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
slide it visible. So welcome again. This is the second session of day 3 of the FDP. So it's my pleasure to introduce our resource person for this session, Dr. Dibrugarh of Dibrugarh University, who is going to talk on the topic of production technology. Dr. Dibrugarh is currently working as assistant professor in the Department of Petroleum Technology, Dibrugarh. He completed his Bachelor of Engineering in Mechanical Engineering from Jorhat Engineering College, Assam, and completed his MTech and acquired a PhD degree in Petroleum Technology from Dibrugarh University. Dr. Neuk joined Dibrugarh University in 2008 and is actively engaged in teaching and research. His areas of research interest include oil well production technology, low saline water flooding, water shut-off by polymer gel application, dam control techniques, and hole-based leaking. Dr. Neuk is currently engaged in AICT research project in the area of sandstone rock wettability alteration processes. He has published research papers in Springer and other international journals. Dr. Neuk attended national and international conferences and also organized national workshops and other programs. He is a member of many academic and professional bodies and has also delivered talks as resource person at ATAL FDP and other national and international conferences. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Dibrugarh. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your nice introduction about me. And let me begin my presentation with you as a coordinator of this ATAL FDP for giving me this opportunity to speak before this August gathering who are joining from different corners of India. So I am dividing my presentation into two parts. In the first half, I'll be trying to explain about oil well production methods, how crude oil is extracted, recovered from the downhole reservoirs, and the next half I will be trying to explain what are the common issues which are usually encountered during oil well production operations. Let me begin with the introduction of the different oil well reservoir systems from which crude oil will be recovered. So there are basically six different driving mechanisms based on the natural energy available in the reservoir. So different recovery methods are applied to extract crude oil. So we know that crude oil is extracted from oil reservoirs. So as you can see here, there are six different pictures. Each picture is actually presenting six different types of reservoir drive mechanisms or reservoir from which crude oil is actually extracted. So in the first diagram, you can see it is written as depletion drive reservoir, and next depletion drive is water drive, and next is your gas cap drive. Then comes combination drive, gravity drainage drive, and lastly liquid expansion and rock compaction drive. Basically, it is presenting the oil recovery methods, but I'm using this slide to explain how the liquid expansion and rock compaction drive works. So as we know that oil reservoirs are classified into six different types based on the natural energy of the reservoir present in these six different reservoir types. So oil wells are drilled into the reservoirs where oil is present, and these wells which you seeing here, these wells are known as production wells, and through these production wells crude oil will be extracted. So in the first picture, it is your depletion drive reservoir. As you can see here, So the uniqueness of depletion drive reservoir from other 5 type of reservoir is that in depletion drive reservoir there will be only oil bearing part. There will be no other supporting agency in the pushing oil towards the production well. So if you observe this picture uh, about this oil recovery method, which is presenting the presence of 3 different horizons: gas bearing horizon on top, oil bearing horizon at middle, and water bearing horizon. So this picture actually represents the ideal reservoir where oil, gas, and water, all 3 different zones of presence. Usually, it is not found in all type of reservoir. So that makes the reservoir driving mechanism different. In case of depletion drive reservoir, as you can see here, there are 2 production wells, and wells will be initially flowing based on the natural reservoir energy. If the reservoir pressure is above the boundary pressure, all the solution gases will be in solution of crude oil. With cumulative production, what will happen? Crude oil will be leaving the pore spaces, and because of that, there will be beginning of the drop of reservoir pressure. So this drop of reservoir pressure, when it falls below the bowl pump pressure, so gas bubbles will be reverted, as we can see here in the depletion drive mechanism slide. So here gas bubbles will be liberated when the reservoir pressure will drop below bowl pump pressure, and these gas bubbles were originally in solution of oil. So that's why these gas bubbles are known as solution gas. So liberation of the solution gas with drop in reservoir pressure below bowl pump pressure will take place, and these gas bubbles will undergo expansion, and this expansion of solution gas will actually push the oil which is present within the microscopic pore spaces to come out of the pore spaces and to move towards the production well. So this is the driving mechanisms which is applied in case of depletion drive reservoir. In case of water drive reservoir, which is as you can see here, oil reservoir is surrounded by water bearing body, so water bearing rock, which is known as aquifer. So in case of water drive reservoir, the production mechanism is different from depletion drive, because in case of depletion drive, the natural energy was from expansion of this solution gas. But in case of water drive reservoir, the production mechanism is going to be different, because oil reservoir is surrounded uh, by water bearing rock called aquifer. Now this aquifer may be surrounded completely the oil reservoir, or it may present at the edge of the reservoir, or certain portion of the reservoir may be surrounded by water bearing rock called aquifer. So the first item is called edge water drive, and another is called bottom water drive. If the size of the aquifer is larger, then it can maintain the reservoir pressure at a very high level, so that reservoir pressure will always remain above the bowl pump pressure, because with cumulative production of crude oil, as crude oil will be leaving the pore spaces within the of the reservoir rock, therefore there will be drop in reservoir pressure. That drop in reservoir pressure will be maintained, because in case of water drive reservoir, water will be encroaching into the oil being part of the reservoir whenever oil leaves the oil reservoir. So because of that continuous encroachment of water into the oil being part of the reservoir pressure is maintained at a very higher level in case of water drive reservoir, and that is the natural drive mechanism which will be pushing the oil towards the production well. Another type of reservoir is called gas cap drive reservoir. In this type of reservoir, as you can see here, there is a gas bearing zone which is surrounded by the oil bearing zone, And in this case, the nacelle energy will come from two sources. The first source is the expansion of this gas cape. So with cumulative production, there will be expansion of the gas cape, and this expansion of the gas cape will be pushing oil towards the production well. And when the reservoir pressure will drop much below volume pressure, solution gas drive effect will appear in this gas cape drive reservoir. So both this solution gas drive solution gas energy, because with drop in reservoir pressure, gas bubbles which were in originally in solution of gas oil, it will come out of the oil, and this solution gas will be expanding and it will be pushing the oil out of the reservoir, like I have mentioned about this depletion drive. So both this depletion drive effect and expansion of the gas cap together will act, and it will assist in the displacement of oil towards the production well. So another type of driving mechanism is the combination drive mechanism. In combination drive mechanism, as you can see here, it may have gas bearing zone. Also aquifer may be present. So there are two types of combination of reservoir mechanism may be present in combination drive. One is depletion drive with a weak water drive, or depletion drive with a weak water drive and a small gas cape. And the problem or issue with this type of reservoir is that though you have the gas bearing zone as well as the water bearing aquifer, the size of the gas cap as well as the aquifer is not large enough to maintain the reservoir pressure at a very high level, like we have noticed in case of water drive reservoir. Because of this, combination drive reservoir requires to maintain the reservoir pressure. As soon as it is noticed that reservoir pressure is going to deplete in the oil bearing zone, and that drop in reservoir pressure is not being maintained by any way, means we have to shift the production mechanism from this natural driving one to some other form of mechanism, so that pressure of the reservoir can be maintained, because the oil will flow based on the reservoir pressure available. If the reservoir pressure is sufficient, so well fluid will be able to flow towards the production well on its own. Whenever reservoir pressure is not sufficient, well fluids are not able to flow towards the production well, be it depletion drive, water drive, cascade drive, combination drive, gravity drainage drive, all require some form of energy for the movement of the well fluid towards the production well. Coming to this gravity drainage drive, in this gravity drainage drive reservoir, gas, oil and water, it will segregate from each other based on the density difference. And to be operative a gravity drainage reservoir, it is essential that the oil density in the vicinity of the valve must be maintained as high as possible, and it should have the maximum of oil saturation in the vicinity of the valve. Then only oil will be able to flow, because in gravity drainage drive reservoir there will be segregation of gas from oil, and as gas is lighter, it should move upward to form a secondary gas cape for conservation of pressure and also to help in the displacement of oil. Gas is not expected to flow towards the production well, but it is expected to flow upward only. And if it is safe, then gravity drainage drive can efficiently produce crude oil. And for that to happen, gravity drainage drive requires vertical permeability, sufficient vertical permeability, so that this segregation of gas and oil can take place efficiently. So in gravity drainage drive reservoir, the recovery will depend upon the gravity drainage rate, because if you are expecting the well to produce at a particular flow rate, so that flow rate must be met by the gravity segregation rate, because gravity segregation rate is the force behind the movement of the well fluid towards the production well. And another type of driving mechanism is known as liquid expansion and rock compaction drive. So this effect you can imagine like that with cumulative production of oil, what will happen? There will be drop in reservoir pressure in oil being part, and because of that drop in reservoir pressure, uh, there will be compaction force on the oil being part because of the overlying strata of rock layers, weight of overlying strata of rock layers, and there will be compaction of rock as well as expansion of liquid will take place. Both will together help in movement of the oil from within the microscopic pore spaces towards the production well. So these are the six different natural driving mechanism reservoir which will initially produce under primary recovery method, because in primary recovery method only natural energy or the inherent energy of the reservoir which is originally present in the reservoir, that will be only used for movement of the oil fluid for producing crude oil from the reservoir. So these six driving mechanisms will come under primary recovery mechanism, and they help in the movement of the or recovery of the crude oil naturally from the reservoir towards the production well by different means of natural energy. In depletion drive, natural energy is the solution gas, expansion of the solution gas. In water drive, the natural energy is the presence of aquifer and its encroachment, water encroachment from the aquifer to the reservoir rock. In case of gas cap drive, expansion of the gas cap as well as the expansion of the solution gas when the reservoir pressure oil being part falls below boiling pressure. And in case of combination drive, combination force, both depletion drive effect as well as this gas cap and a small aquifer will assist in the production of oil towards the production well. So in case of gravity drainage type, density difference is the natural mechanism which will be behind the movement of the oil fluid towards the production well. And in case of liquid expansion and rock compaction, as the name implies, expansion of the liquid and rock, compaction of the rock will be the natural energy which will be assisting in the movement of oil. So out of these six different mechanisms, so water drive is the most efficient drive mechanism. In case oil reservoir is surrounded by a larger aquifer, there will be higher production from water drive, because water drive can efficiently maintain the reservoir pressure almost covering the entire life of the well at very high pressure above the boiling pressure. However, uh, the water drive will have some issues regarding water cut issues, because with cumulative production some amount of water which is initially known as the technical water, they will be assisting in the production of oil. With cumulative production, as the wells become older and older, there will be increasing volume of water production along with oil. So this slide shows different oil recovery.
Abhita ma'am had already spent so much. Now she will be in still she will be positive because she bought at very low price now, isn't it?
So this is the oil recovery mechanism.
Bought at
500.
500. Now the
Still it
price
is 6. 1600, 1600. One share.
only one sir for testing.
What you will taste? LNT is already
I don't have money.
Participants,
Money.
please mute the mic.
my data my power now.
Mute the mic.
That's why
Yeah, Dhruva sir, you can continue.
Recovery methods
Tata Power.
went into
issue. Every day the people are buying 67 lakhs, 20 lakhs, 25 less amount.
Participants are kindly requested to mute their mic.
We'll go up to 12, 35.
We will call you. We will call you.
Dr. Saravan, please
We will
mute
call
the
you
mic.
on the time.
You're buying.
No, I'm
Dr.
checking.
Kumar, please mute the mic.
So alter to see alteration form is available at offices.
Raman Kumar, please mute your mic.
Student will not be able to use teaching on different subject in this class.
Also only one subject I will.
So as I have already explained, primary recovery method facilitates production of crude oil naturally by using natural energy present in the reservoir. But whenever that natural energy can assist in the movement or flow of the crude oil only from the reservoir to the bottom of the well, it is required to give some additional support to the well fluid so that it can flow from the bottom of the tubing to the top of the tubing or to get produced to the surface. So nasal flow mechanism is supported with artificial lift mechanism, and both of them come under primary recovery. Only difference is that whenever well fluids flow from reservoir to the bottom of the tubing, but further flow up the tubing from this bottom of tubing to the top of the tubing is not possible with the inherent reservoir pressure. In that case, artificial lift is required to install so that they can provide the required assistance for the fluid to move from bottom of the tubing to the top of the tubing. And this form of and method is called artificial lift. Artificial lift is of two types. One is called pumping method, and another is called gas lift method. Secondary recovery method is the method which is applied whenever reserve pressure drop is the main cause behind decline in crude oil production. So as you can see here, if the primary recovery methods, natural flow or the artificial lift methods, they cannot perform well as per the the expected production rate is not met. In such cases, reservoir pressure is required to increase, or reservoir pressure is required to maintain, so the reservoir pressure again become again increase above bulk pressure. So to maintain the reservoir pressure, secondary recovery method will be applied. Secondary recovery methods are of two types. One is called water flooding method, and another is called pressure maintenance operation. In case of secondary recovery method, either water or gas will be injected into the reservoir to maintain the reservoir pressure. And these two, uh, water and gas, these two fluids are known as the classical fluid, because these classical fluids are found inside the reservoir, and they will be used for maintaining the reservoir pressure depending on the type of driving mechanism present in the downhole. So in one method that is known as water flooding method. So as the name implies, in water flooding method, water will be injected into the reservoir to maintain the reservoir pressure above bulk pressure. And another method is pressure maintenance operation. In pressure maintenance operation also, water will be injected or gas will be injected, but the timing of application of the method will make a difference between water flood and pressure maintenance. If uh, if injection is done before reservoir pressure has gone down below bulk pressure, if that is enough very well, then it will be known as pressure maintenance operation. But if the same injection of classical fluid is carried out after the reservoir pressure has gone down below bulk pressure, already gas volume is liberated, in such cases, this method will be known as water flooding. And in case of water flooding, water will be injected directly into the water being part oil being part of the reservoir. And following this primary and secondary recovery methods, enhanced oil recovery methods used. So in enhanced oil recovery methods, which will be used, which are not found in the subsurface reservoir. Therefore, exotic and expensive fluids are required to inject in the downhole reservoir to mobilize the residual oil, which could not be produced using primary recovery method or secondary recovery methods. However, the recent classification of oil recovery methods suggests that these oil recovery methods can be applied in combination of the primary recovery methods, like improved oil recovery method and enhanced oil recovery method. So these two methods are introduced in the recent classification. As per the recent classification, there are two types of oil recovery method: primary recovery method and improved oil recovery method. And this improved oil recovery method will include the secondary recovery method, which is known as conventional improved oil recovery method, and another is your enhanced oil recovery method. In case of enhanced oil recovery method, the fluids will be injected which are not found inside the reservoir. These are expensive or exotic fluids which will be injected. So as you can see here, there is a gas lift mechanism. So this gas lift wells or gas lift method is required whenever a nasal flow cannot assist in the movement of the well fluid towards the production well, and gas lift come under artificial lift operation. In gas lift system, uh, gas will be injected into the casing tubing annulus. As you can see here, this diagram is called well completion diagram, and here you can see the downhole completion as well as wellhead, and gas will be injected through the casing tubing annulus. So this part is known as casing, and within the casing there will be production tubing. And in a conventional oil well completion system, well fluid will be flowing through the production tubing, and in case of gas lifting operation, gas will be injected through this casing tubing annulus, and the function of this injected gas is to aerate the fluid column present inside the valve so that bottom hole flowing pressure can be reduced, and that reduced bottom hole flowing pressure can admit the well fluid to enter into the production tubing, because we know that it is the pressure differential between the reservoir and the bottom of the tubing, or from bottom of the tubing to the top of the tubing, or from the top of the tubing uh, towards the downstream flow line components. So pressure differential is required for the movement of the well fluid from one point to another. And in case of artificial lift operations, what issue we face is the presence of high tubing pressure or anesthetic head inside the tubing, which is not allowing the well fluid to enter inside the tubing. Therefore, it is required to reduce the density of the fluid column present inside the tubing, and it is done by injecting the compressed natural gas, and this gas when will enter inside the tubing, it will lighten up the fluid column so that common flowing pressure or at the intake point pressure will drop to an extent that it will become lower than the existing reservoir pressure. So reservoir pressure in that case will be able to flow into the well by this gas lifting process. So there are two types of gas lifting method. One is called continuous flow gas lift, and another is called intermittent flow gas lift. In case of continuous flow gas lift, as the name implies, there will be continuous injection of gas through the casing tubing annulus into the production tubing, and continuous flow gas lift will be installed whenever reservoir pressure drop is not very severe. Still, well fluids are able to flow into the well, and only little assistance is required for the further fluid movement of the tubing. But in case of intermittent leaf installation, you have to assume that reservoir pressure has sufficiently gone down below boiling pressure, and fluid cannot flow continuously into the well. Therefore, it will require certain amount of time for the accumulation of well fluid to take place inside the tubing. Once that accumulation period is over, gas will be intermittently injected in order to lift the accumulated well fluid from bottom of the tubing to the top of the tubing. So this is about the intermittent gas lift process. In intermittent gas lift process, gas will be injected intermittently. But in case of continuous flow gas injection, gas will be injected continuously so that the fluid can flow uh, from bottom of the tubing to the top of the tubing. Another type of artificial lift method is known as Saccharose pumping method. So in this pumping method, we have two pumping units, one at the surface unit and another at the subsurface. And the surface unit will actually run the subsurface pump, and it is connected. The surface unit is connected to the subsurface pump via a rod which is known as Saccharose, and Saccharose will produce crude oil because it will be using a subsurface positive displacement pump, and at the bottom of this pump there will be a working rail which will count as standing valve, while a trailing valve is present and it is located in the plunger, and plunger will be moving up and down, and during the upward movement of this Saccharose there will be lifting of a fraction of the crude oil, while during downward movement there will be picking of crude oil into the well, the working rail. So these were about the primary recovery methods, which will be done either purely based on soil flow mechanism, or sometimes if required, artificial assistance will be provided so that fluid can flow through the well from bottom of the tubing to the top of the tubing. So when primary recovery method no longer be able to support the crude oil production with its inherent energy or with the artificial lift methods, then the secondary recovery method will be applied. As you can see here, this is a picture of secondary recovery method. Here we can see there are two type of well. One is called production well, another is called water injection wells. So here water will be injected through injection well into the reservoir. The purpose of the water injection into the oil being part of the reservoir in case of water flooding is to displace the oil as well as to maintain the reservoir pressure above boiling pressure. And this method will be applied whenever reservoir pressure is the cause behind drop in production of crude oil. As you can see here, water flooding process is using a number of injection wells, and suppose you have one production well and there are surrounding injection wells are there. So how much what is the required volume of water that will be sufficient for the displacement of oil towards the production well? That will actually depend on lot many factors: reservoir hydrology, factor, whether sufficient vertical permeability is present or not, if aquifer is present. Even if it's sometimes aquifer is present, but because of lack of connectivity, water requires to be injected directly into the oil being part of the reservoir, and it is called water flooding. And in water flooding process requires arrangement of injection wells. So injection wells can be uh, allocated different number of injection wells can be allocated under secondary recovery that comes under pattern water flooding to get higher oil recovery performance with wells. So another method is known as enhanced oil recovery method. In case of enhanced oil recovery method, the classical fluids are not injected like in secondary oil recovery method. Here, mostly the exotic or some expensive fluids which are not found, which are not abundant in the downhole reservoir, that will be used to mobilize the residual oil throughout the reservoir, because primary recovery and secondary recovery has been already applied, but these methods are not working to mobilize or to produce the residual oil. Therefore, some advanced recovery method will be required. In such cases, the enhanced oil recovery method will be implemented. Enhanced oil recovery methods are of three types, like mixable flooding, thermal flooding, chemical flooding, and these are common oil recovery, enhanced oil recovery methods. Out of these, carbon dioxide flooding is nowadays getting attention, because this flooding method can be successfully applied both in sandstone as well as carbonate reservoirs. And in case of thermal method, it will be provided to the reservoir, because whenever the oil reservoir is having very heavy oil cannot flow freely from the reservoir to get produced well. Therefore, it is required to raise the temperature of the reservoir, so that raised temperature can reduce the viscosity of the oil. And another method is the chemical method. So chemical method will act to change the properties uh, of the reservoir by applying sometimes polymer, surfactant, or alkali. So as you can see here, in situ combustion process. So in this process, there are two wells. One is called injection well, and another is called production well. So in situ combustion process, basically it is a displacement process in which oxygen-rich air will be injected through an injector well, and it will create a burning zone and create a combustion zone. So this combustion zone will move further towards the uh, oil bearing zone, and it will heat up the reservoir, and that heat will be able to reduce the viscosity of oil. Then the oil will be again flowing into the production well. So in situ combustion process are two types. One is called forward combustion process, and another is called reverse combustion process. So in case of reverse combustion process, that is used mostly when the viscosity of oil is very heavy, the very viscous oil is there in the reservoir that cannot be produced by any conventional means. In such cases, combustion will be done at the production well site, and air will be injected through, from this injector well. And in case of forward combustion process, so this oxygenated air will be injected through the injection site, and there will be continuous burning and heating of oil. This method is commercially viable. Therefore, forward combustion process is mostly applied. Whereas reverse combustion process will require huge amount of oxygen. Therefore, it is commercially not viable. That's why it is not mostly applied. Another method, as you can see here, is the chemical injection process. And in this chemical reaction process, I'm just showing the alkali surfactant polymer process. In this chemical reaction process, oil and alkaline surfactant polymer flooding is carried out. So this alkali surfactant and polymer, these are injected as a same slag. The polymer will increase the viscosity of the injected water, which will improve the macroscopic capacity by stabilizing the displacing front and counteracting heterogeneity effects. Surfactants, on the other hand, it will reduce the interfacial tension between the injected water and the crude oil, and it will be able to mobilize the trap oil by improving the microscopic displacement efficiency. And alkaline chemicals, it will create some choke, and that will react with crude oil, which will reduce the which reduces the surfactant absorption to clean surfaces. And another common method of enhanced oil recovery is the carbon dioxide flooding method. So in this carbon dioxide flooding method, is done whenever the conventional method do not perform to increase the production rate. once it is dropped. So when a reservoir pressure is depleted through primary and secondary production, carbon dioxide flooding can be ideal tertiary recovery method. It is the most effective and most commonly used method in sandstone and carbonate reservoirs, and that produce from this particularly medium to light oil. So whenever carbon dioxide is injected into the downhole reservoir, so under high pressure, this carbon dioxide will become miscible with the crude oil, and it will vaporize the hydrocarbon and enable oil to flow freely, often followed by injection of water. So these are the different oil recovery methods, primary recovery methods, secondary recovery method, and enhanced oil recovery method, with the support of which crude oil can be extracted from the downhole reservoir. But for the well fluid to flow from the downhole reservoir to the surface facilities, there must be definite fluid flow paths, which has to be given to the well. So therefore, we require to arrange the well, we require to complete the well or provide the well a design, which is known as well completion, so that well fluid can get a definite path to flow from the subsurface reservoir uh, into the well, and then from the well to the surface facilities at the ground. So this is known as well completions. The well completion is an arrangement of a well so that it can provide oil and gas to flow from the reservoir to the surface. So in order to connect the reservoir with a well, first of all, we have to connect the reservoir with the well by having some perforations, so that through those perforations, well fluid can enter into the well. After that, fluid has to flow to the long vertical tubing, as we have seen during discussion of gas lift operation. Well fluid has to uh, move through the long vertical tubing, and there must be sufficient arrangement in the well part, downhole well part, so that well fluid get some flow path. And after flowing from the surface to the from the bottom to the surface, at the surface, as you can see, there are another completion design which is known as wellhead. So this wellhead, then your downhole completion togetherly will form the well completion design. So as you can see here, this is a picture of a wellhead. So at the extreme right, you can view this slide from operational basin, which is showing a wellhead system. So your well fluid from the downhole reservoir has to reach the wellhead. So once this reaches the wellhead, so wellhead has two components. One is patch of casing and tubing, which will be in the downhole, and on top of the tubing head there will be Christmas tree. So Christmas tree is an assembly of different valves and fittings, which will be uh, used in handling of the fluid flow uh, through this surface through this Christmas tree, so that it can flow through the flow line to finally reach the surface installation. A typical Christmas tree is composed of a master valves, the two master valves, upper and lower master valves, a wing valve, and it has a sweep valve and pressure gauge. So all these different valves on the Christmas tree has different functions. So this wing valve will be allowing the valve fluid to flow to the flow line. Choke is there to regulate the fluid flow. Suppose we want that the well should flow at a particular flow rate. To achieve that flow rate, there must be some mechanism so that a beam can be inserted on the flow line to allow only that much of flow rate to maintain when a well goes on the down. So these are the different components of a wellhead system, and this wellhead system has two components, as I've mentioned. This is showing the Christmas tree part, and below the Christmas tree part is the wellhead part. And there are different headings of casing and tubings, uh, which are used in order to inject certain fluid into the well through the casing tubing annulus. Casings are attached to the hangers, and through these combinations, the well fluid, whenever the well requires to that injection can be performed by opening the casing tubing annulus. While in case of gastric operation, gas is required to the casing tubing annulus. That will be done with the support of the different components in the casing, so that the casing can be opened, closed whenever required, and also it can sometime be used to allow the well fluid to flow from the subsurface to the surface vessel. So in most of the cases, the lower master valve is manually operated and upper master valve is hydraulically operated, and that is used for emergency shutdown system. And wing valves comes on the, as you can see here, on the arm of the Christmas tree on the line where flow line starts. This is the flow line beginning, and wing valve may be gate valve or ball valve. So when setting in the well, wing valve is normally used. So if a well is required to shut down, then you have to operate the wing valve. If you want to kill a well, in that case, you have to operate this kill wing valve. While a well is flowing, then also this kill wing valve can be operated. So these are the arrangement of the well which is required at the top, at the surface, so that well fluid can be handled effectively once it reaches from the bottom of the tubing to the top of the tubing. So this picture is showing uh, the different well completion types which being used in oil fields to produce or extract crude oil. So well completion types based on the downhole completion are of mostly three different types. One is called open hole completion, another is called case hole completion or perforated completion, and third one is the liner completion. Apart from that, we have permanent type of completion. In open hole completion, as you can see here, this is a completion interval where crude oil is present. So you have to connect this well with the reservoir uh, so that well fluid can flow into the well. So in case of open hole completion, the production casing which is inserted into the well, that is not run through the entire completion where well is there. The production casing is just set above the oil being part of the reservoir, and the completion interval is left uncased, and it is open and uncemented. It is done in wells where reservoir conditions are known and zone of interest are already defined. So, and also it is ensured that whenever the well has to be on the open hole completion, the formation must be highly consolidated one, otherwise there will be collapse. So, through the higher production can be maintained by this open hole completion, this procedure comes up with many disadvantages because crude oil will be flowing, and usually uh, this completion interval or well fluid consists of crude oil, natural gas, water. All can flow into the well, but there will be no regulation to allow only or admit only the crude oil to flow into the well. In this case of open hole completion. But the open hole completion have some advantages. Suppose a well has a tendency to give sand to uh, to face sand ingestion issues. Sometimes, along with well fluid, sand may also flow from the reservoir into the well. So, to prevent those sand ingestion into the well, then open hole completion has some advantages because the completion interval is open. Therefore, we can suspend, we can add a slotted liner across the completion interval. The function of the slotted liner is to allow the well fluid to flow into the well, but at the same time, this slotted liner will not permit the sand particles to flow into the well, and this is the advantage. Sometimes, instead of this slotted liner, a conventional liner is suspended inside this casing, and this suspended liner will act as a regular casing, and it will be cemented across the completion interval, and this cemented part will be perforated so that the reservoir have a connection with the well, and well fluid can get some flow path flow into the well, and this is a set for this purpose. So there are some holes are made on the casing or on the liner. So this hole only well fluid will be able to flow from the reservoir into the well, and that is come under cemented and perforated liner. Suppose the sand ingestion issue is a severe one. High quantity of sand is coming into the well, and this flooded liner alone cannot perform. You require better filtering out of the sand particles from the incoming well fluids. In that case, be inserted across the completion interval. Along with springs, sometimes gravel sand are also injected into the well across the perforation so that gravel will be holding the sand particles from entering into the well. So these issues can be easily handled with the conventional this open completion, but open completion has many disadvantages. Therefore, nowadays open completion not in required. Therefore, casal completion is given preference over open completion. In casal completion, only difference is that production casing will be lowered across the entire completion interval, and thereafter it will be cemented, and perforation will be done on this cemented casing, and through this casing a well fluid will be flowing into the well. So as you can see here, this diagram is showing the well completion of a casal completion, and casal completions are the conventional type of completion nowadays, because casal has many advantages. It can regulate the fluid flow movement. It can allow only the coolant to flow into the well by selecting the perforation range where crude oil reserve is there. So in that way, casal completion can for this uh, manual completion method. So as you know that when a well cannot be produced under nasal flow mechanism, it is required to install artificial lift method. So artificial lift design is required. So in the well completion of artificial lift, as you can see here, there is requirement of some valves which are known as capacity valves. Through these capacity valves, gas will be entering into the tubing, and it will lighten up the fluid column present inside the tubing so that hydrostatic head is reduced, and that reduction in hydrostatic head will cause or result in the drop in bottom hole flying pressure in case of continuous flow gas lift. And these valves which are present and on tubing, this valves are of two types. One is called unloading valves and another is called operating valve. Function of the unloading valve is to assist in the startup operation of the gas lift valves, whether it is lateral lift or continuous flow gas lift. When a well is flowing under gas lift operation, it is the operating valve that will remain open and gas will be injected only through the operating valve. And as I've already mentioned, the difference between the continuous flow gas lift and intermittent flow gas lift. In case of continuous flow gas lift, gas will be injected through this casing tubing annulus continuously, and there will be continuous production of crude oil from the well. But in case of intermittent lift, the well fluid cannot flow into the well continuously because of very much drop in reservoir pressure. It requires certain amount of time to accumulate a required volume of crude oil inside the tubing. After that accumulation part is over, then only intermittent gas injection will be performed. The function of this intermittent gas injection is to displace the entire fluid column that is accumulated inside the tubing at one go. So this is the function of the intermittent flow gas lift. However, it is mostly encountered that whenever a well goes under intermittent gas lift operations, uh, this injected gas uh, always cannot leave the entire liquid column present above it. And because of the density difference between the liquid and gas, sometimes the density difference may not be very high. So the injected gas cannot able to completely lift the liquid slug present ahead of it, as is expected in case of intermittent flow gas lift operation. So in such cases, in intermittent lift, the injection gas alone cannot sweep all of the liquid present above it. So therefore, some means of assistance is required. Otherwise, what will happen, since gas cannot completely lift and some amount of liquid may fall back. It may fall back into the tubing, and there may be some vector of gas from that well. So this, in order to avoid this liquid fallback situation, a plunger is installed in between the injected gas and the liquid inside the tubing. The function of this plunger is to sweep all the liquid ahead of it and to reduce the liquid fallback. So fallback can be reduced to an absolute minimum by using this plunger lift under intermittent gas lift operations. And this plunger will be acting, as you can see here. Plunger is placed in between the gas and the liquid to be lifted, and the plunger will be acting as an interface between the gas and liquid, and that will minimize the gas factor. Otherwise, the intermittent gas lift will not be able to produce crude oil, and instead of crude oil, gas will be producing from that particular well. So after this plunger lift, another form of this gas lifting operations on the intermittent lift is the sambar lift. So sambar lift installations are used in intermittent gas lift wells whenever there is very low formation pressure and which is nearing the abandonment period. In such cases, sambar lift installation is required, and these sambar lift installations they help in the accumulation of larger volume of oil, because the pressure is very low. If smaller tubing is given, like in case of plunger lift and any other gas lifting operation, so within the same span of time, only very little amount of oil will be accumulated, and that cannot support the movement of the fluid. Therefore, in case of sambar lift operations, while fluid will be entering into a chamber installations, and this chamber is a special chamber made between sometime between two production vector, and sometimes it is known as the insert chamber. We can see in regular cases wet fluid will be accumulating inside the tubing, but here additional space is provided, which is known as chamber. So this chamber will allow well fluid to flow into the well at a larger volume. This means that during the same period, the accumulated liquid volume will be greater in a chamber installation than in case of other gas lifting operations. So, assuming daily cycle of gas injection, the chamber installation will therefore achieve a much greater total daily production rate. So, this can be achieved with this chamber lift installations. So a well can be produced throughout this entire producing life by applying different gas lifting operation also. That's why gas lifting operation is a very popular method to produce crude oil. Apart from these gas lifting operations, uh, There are pumping system of gas lifting. So in case of pumping system, there are two basic mechanisms. One mechanism uses a sucker rod, as you can see here. This system is known as sucker rod pumping system. This is the rod, and this rod is connected to a pump. Pump is installed inside the tubing. And in another form of pumping system, there will be no involvement of any rod system. There will be rodless system, and this rodless system also oil pressure can be increased so that well fluid can be produced from bottom of the tubing or to the top of the tubing. So oil well pumping methods are divided into two categories. One is called rod pumping system, and another is called rodless system. SRP, which is known as sucker pumping system. This sucker pumping system is the oldest pumping method that places the pump near the bottom of the well inside this production tubing. And this pump consists of a plunger, is having a working barrel, a traveling valve connected with the plunger, and a standing valve. So during upward movement of this sucker rod, there will be lifting of the well fluid uh, the uh, from the tubing to the surface, and during downward movement of the sucker rod, there will be filling up of the working barrel. The well fluid will be entering into the working barrel, which is supposed to be lifted up during upstream. So in case of this sucker rod system, there are two units. One is called surface unit. As you can see here, this entire component is called surface unit, and these are the subsurface pumping unit. The subsurface pumping unit is connected with the surface pumping unit through a sucker rod. That's why it is called sucker rod pumping system. And the power required to run this surface unit is derived from prime mover, which is basically a motor system. And this surface pumping equipment, it will sense the rotary motion of the prime mover into oscillating motion. So because the motor will be rotating this crank arm, uh, and this crank arm is connected through a pitman arm to the working beam. So working beam will convert this pitman arm the rotation to the rotary motion of the surface unit to subsurface reciprocating pumping motion. And this pumping motion can produce crude oil effectively, uh, which cannot produce at very high production rate. And after gas lifting operation, sucker pumping is a very widely applied method of gas lifting. So these are the pictures that are showing the different component of a gas lifting operations. The main component is the subsurface pump, which is a reciprocating pump, reciprocating subsurface pump. Another type of pumping method which does not come under the rod system, like in the separate system, come under rodless system. These are the uh, electrical submersible pumping system. These pictures, this left side picture and the middle upper one is the both are presenting electrical submersible pumping system. Extreme right, this is showing a Z pumping system, and another is the progressive pumping system. So after this gas lifting and this sucker pumping system, electrical submersible pump system is also getting high differential, and it has a downhole this centrifugal pump system that is driven by downhole electric motor, and these are particularly suited to produce at very high volume, high water cut conditions. And this ESP contains this submersible pump, and this pump has a number of impellers, and these impellers can generate some amount of heat. And to this submersible pump, motor is connected through a shaft, and in between this pump and this shaft, there is a sealing device. This seal is required so that well fluid cannot flow into the motor. and the position of the motor is thus is below the subsurface submersible pump, which is a centrifugal pump in this ESP system. So well fluid pressure can be enhanced above the hydrostatic head of the tubing with the support of this electrical submersible pumping system. As you can see here, this electrical pumping system has the components centrifugal pump, separator, and sealing is there to protect this protect the motor so that well fluid may not enter into the motor. And motor derives power from a electrical cable running from the surface. This is about the electrical submersible pumping system, which can effectively produce high volume of production from oil wells. But the major disadvantage or limitation of this ESP system is the cabling system, which not be failed in some severe circumstances. So after this electrical submersible pumping method, another pumping method is also applied, which is the Z pumping method. So in case of Z pumping method, as you can see here, this is using a power fluid. So Z pumping method uses some power fluid, high pressure fluid will be injected from tubing, and this high pressure fluid, when it strikes a nozzle here and enters the diffuser system, it will become a high velocity low pressure fluid stream. And to this diffuser system, well fluid will be flowing, and usually gas lifting this pumping system will be used whenever the reservoir pressure is very low. So low reservoir pressure, low well fluid pressure will be entering into this common zone of diffuser, and so low pressure fluid will be entering, and together with this power fluid and the low pressure fluid, they will come out to the annulus, and it will become a high pressure fluid stream and low velocity fluid will be flowing to the annulus from this particular well, and this operation is known as Z pumping method. And another method of pumping is the progressive cavity pump. This pump uses a rod system, and this rod is connected to a rotor, and rotor is held within a stator. So here also prime mover uses a motor, and rotor is the only moving part in the case of this type of progressive cavity pump. So when this rod will be operating or moving, rotating the rotor, so rotor will be moving from subsurface and from bottom to the top, it will be moving up, and while it moves up, it will create some cavities, and these cavities will progress from bottom of the pump to the top, and carry function fluid up through the pump and into the tubing. So this pump stator is connected to the well well spring, tubing spring, and the rotor is suspended within this stator, and no external movement part is there in this progressive cavity pump. So these are the different pumping system and gas lifting system which are utilized whenever primary energy is not sufficient for the displacement of oil towards the production. And I've shown you how to arrange the different wells in subsurface, also in the surface, so that well fluid get a definite path for the movement to happen from the reservoir to the top of the well. So this picture is showing a production system. So the production system, as you can see, there are three components. One is the reservoir component. So reservoir component is connected to the well through some perforations. So this is a completion, well completion, downhole completion, and fluid will be flowing from the reservoir into the well through the perforations. Perforations are done on the production casing. Therefore, fluid has to flow through the production tubing because casing and the production tubing, as you can see here, is sealed with the installation of a production packer. So packer will seal the casing tubing annulus so that well fluid get the only conductive part for its movement from bottom of the tubing to the top of the tubing. So this is the inflow performance part or reservoir part, which will be connected to the well, to the perforation, so that well fluid can enter into the well. Once it enters into the well, well fluid has to flow up from this bottom of the tubing to the top of the tubing. That can be studied under vertical flow performance. So reservoir fluid movement is known as inflow of reservoir fluid to the well. Then further fluid movement from this bottom of the tubing to the top of the tubing come under vertical fluid flow movement, and from this top of the tubing towards the downstream line, it, it will come under this choke of wind performance. So well fluid has to pass through all these different paths to finally reach the surface installations which are present, because whatever fluid will be coming from the subsurface reservoir, those fluids are impure, they are contaminated. No well will give the 100% fluid. Fluid will be flowing along with oil, along with gas, water, and lot many impurities, lot many solid components. So all has to be processed at this surface installation. That's why well fluid is processing system, and these processing systems are present in at this surface, and the processing system will enable the cleaning up of the crude oil, or separation or segregation of the crude oil from the natural gas, water, and all the impurities which are contained in the incoming well stream or the well fluid. So this processing of oil and gas will ensure safe and economic storage of the crude oil. If oil well is involved, then we will expect only crude oil to produce and segregate from all of the impurities. And this crude oil has to finally send to refineries for further processing. If your well produces significant amount of water, as you have seen in case of level water, the water is in between the water that will be supporting or displacement of the tubing. So as the wells become older and older, the percentage of water coming along, flowing along with the crude oil will only increase. Therefore, water has to be segregated, and dedicated separation equipment will be required in order to separate this produced water which is flowing along with oil. And this produced water cannot be disposed immediately into the environment without having some treatment on this affluent water. So this water can also be used for reinjection into the formation for secondary recovery operation, because you know that in case of secondary recovery operations, water, classical fluid, or the gas are required. So if water is required, then this produced water can be treated, and they can be made compatible with the formation water, and they can be reinjected back into the formation for pressure maintenance and also to help with production of oil. So this fluid processing unit, the fluid processing system are carried out in different installations based on their operations. Fluid processing systems can be divided into different components. Surface gathering system. The function of this surface gathering system is to bring the crude oil from different oil wells to a centralized location, because surface installations cannot be managed. So because those are the expensive installations, so you have to bring well fluid from all the different wells. You have to bring them to a centralized location, and this bringing to centralized locations of well from different wellheads is done or performed by surface gathering system. Surface gathering system is nothing but a network of pipelines. These pipelines will be carrying the well from different well heads, and they will be accumulated at a central location near the surface installations, which are commonly known as OC system or GPS system, oil collecting station or group gathering station. So inside group gathering station, the first piece of equipment which will be processing the incoming well fluid, which will be dirty well fluid, contaminated well fluid, is the separator. So these installations are known as separator, and depending on the type of phase is present in the well fluid, sometimes water may not be present in the incoming well fluid, and then in that case, two-phase separator will be required to segregate gas and oil. And based on the configuration of these installations, is the either vertical separator or horizontal two-phase separator can be used in case only two-phase fluids are flowing, that is only gas and oil. So inside this gas processing, gas will be segregated from the crude oil using these separators. And if oil fluid contains some amount of water or significant amount of water, water also will additionally required to segregate from gas, oil, and water. For that, we require liquid processing units. Liquid processing unit also will house the separators, but these separators will be three-phase separators, three-phase vertical separator, three-phase horizontal separator. And ultimately, after separation of the crude oil will become the pure crude oil, and that crude oil has to be sent to storage system, and crude oil will be stored in different storage tank, and finally that will be transported to the refineries for further processing of this oil for usable products. So in this case, if your well fluid do not have water, two-phase separator will be the two-phase separator will be the first piece of installations which will segregate gas from oil. This separator will have some common components is the inlet diameter section, gravity settling section, and mist extractor section, and liquid collection section. In the inlet diverter section, incoming well fluid will be striking an inlet diverter. The function of this inlet diverter is to change the momentum of the incoming well fluid. Well fluid will be initially and hitting the inlet diverter at the very first rate. It will change the momentum of the incoming fluid velocity, direction of the change. Therefore, there will be bulk separation of gas from oil will take place in this inlet diverter section. Therefore, this well fluid will be moving through this gravity settling section. This gravity settling section, there will be better separation of gas from oil. Usually, larger oil bubbles will be separated in case of both the inlet and gravity settling section. And the separated gas will move further up to leave the separator through the mist extractor. The function of this mist extractor is to retain any liquid particles which is still entrained in the outgoing gas stream, so that the separator will ensure only dry gas to leave the separator. In that way, separator can separate the gas from oil. And as you know that one single separator cannot completely segregate gas from oil. Therefore, the segregation of oil and gas, in case well fluid is having only oil and gas, it will require stage separation of oil and gas using involving 2 to 3 numbers of separators in switch, so that completely oil can be separated from the gas. Another type of the separator is the two-phase horizontal separator. The function of this two-phase separator and two-phase vertical separator is the same. Only difference is the configuration here. Because of this horizontal configuration, there will be longer oil and gas interface. It means that there will be higher amount of gas can be separated from oil. Sometimes some wells will be delivering high amount of gas, sometimes high amount of oil will be producing from a well. So depending on the connected well head, or the field conditions, so the selection of the horizontal separator or vertical separator will be done. Usually, horizontal separator provide high retention time than a vertical separator. Therefore, as well as it provides longer gas liquid interface. Therefore, there will be much higher separation of gas from oil. So if in case well fluid contains water, so it is required to separate oil, gas, and also water from each other. So that will be done in using three-phase separators. Again, three-phase separators may be horizontal one or the vertical one. In case of horizontal separator, the function will be similar, but only difference is that in case of three-phase separator, there will be additional chamber, which is known as water bearing section. So well fluid, like in the previous two-phase or horizontal vertical separator, will be in this inlet diameter. There will be bulk separation of gas from the liquid and the gas at the inlet diameter section. Thereafter, separated gas will move horizontally through the gravity settling section, and then it will try to flow out of this separator through this mesh extractor. The function of the mesh extractor, as I mentioned, is to allow only dry gas to come out of the separator, so it will retain all the liquid particles which is smaller in size, which will not be separated in the gravity section as well as the inlet diameter section. Those smaller liquid particles will be separated, will be retained in this mesh extractor section. And the separated liquid, which is now the oil plus water, or in case emulsion is there, oil emulsion and water, will flow through a downcomer to directly become a constituting of a water bearing section. So this incoming liquid not only consisting of oil emulsion and water, they will undergo a phenomenon called water washing. Water washing helps in the coalescence of the loose water droplets which are still in free form in the incoming well fluid. So those water will be separated uh, uh, through a coalescence process in this water washing section. So water will be remaining in water washing section and separated oil and emulsion will move further up. So this oil and emulsion will have a dedicated chamber, and when this dedicated chamber is filled up, there is a wear system. This height of the wear, when it exceeds the height of the wear, the volume of oil and emulsion, so oil and emulsion will fall to get accommodated in the oil bearing section. In that way, in two-phase separator, oil and water can be separated from each other. Similarly, in case of three-phase vertical separator, uh, the con- uh, the uh, the interface area is a smaller one in vertical separator than horizontal separator, and therefore smaller retention time is provided for this vertical separator. So in this system, also incoming oil fluid will be striking the inlet diameter. There will be bulk separation of gas from oil. Separated gas will be moved through the gravity settling section, and through the mesh extractor it will go out of the separator. Uh, and the liquid part will now flow into the downcomer. It will reach the water bearing section. In the water bearing section, it will undergo water washing. Water washing is basically a coalescence process that will separate within the water particles, and the separated oil or emulsion, in case emulsion is going along with oil, it will move higher up, and through the similar wear system will maintain the height of the liquid volume to be accommodated inside the oil chamber. Oil will be falling into the oil bearing chamber, and in that way oil and water along with gas all can be separated from each other. Suppose the incoming oil fluid is having also emulsion. It's not only the oil water, but also the emulsion is coming. So emulsion, as you know, that the emulsion requires heat to break down into oil and water component. So in such cases, we similarly like your horizontal phase separator, vertical phase separator, we have dedicated horizontal treaters and vertical treaters. There are two parts of this treater system. The front section, this part you can say the front part. This part will having a heating element. Air tubes will be inserted to this part, and other part will be the coalescence part, where the separation of oil and water will actually take place. So in this heater treater unit, incoming this emulsion inlet from this three-phase separator. So this inlet from the three-phase separator will again flow tangentially to reach the water bearing section, and it will undergo water washing. The water washing will help in the separation of the free water particles from the entering emulsion inlet. and the separated oil and emulsion will move up to fill up the respective section for the oil and emulsion accumulation. When it moves up, it will encounter heat from the ferritives, and the ferritive will be hitting this oil and emulsion so that the emulsion can be broken down under this um, heating mechanism. Oil and emulsion will be broken down. Then the oil and emulsion will reach the coalescent section, and since the emulsion will be broken down and it will be cleaning the heat from the front section, it will when it enters the coalescent section. The rear part is the coalescent section. So there will be segregation of oil and water, and in that way, oil and water can be separated, or emulsion can be broken down to oil and water. The emulsion piece will be coming from this two-piece separated vertical. Similarly, we can use the vertical treaters. Vertical treaters, the mechanism will be similar. The inlet emulsion will be treated. It will be hitting the inlet diverter. Whatever little amount of gas is trained in the emulsion, that will be separated through this respective section. Gas will go out of the treater. Basically, it is a dedicated equipment to segregate the oil and water from the emulsion. Emulsion is broken down from the treater. So this emulsion will enter to the down cover into the water washing section. Water washing will provide the required washing process so that oil water, this free water can be segregated from the oil and emulsion. Then together it will flow up, uh, and uh, and when it rises up, it will encounter heat from the ferritives, and then it will get accumulated in the coalescent section. So coalescent section will finally help in the segregation of oil and water. So in that way, well fluid will be processed in different surface installations. Apart from this after this separation of oil, or when you get the pure contaminated free oil, that will be stored in the dedicated storage tank, so that we can discuss the difference. So these were about how crude oil is extracted from the downhole reservoir, and once it is extracted, finally you have to process, because our interest uh, is to separate oil from all the impurities. Um, Natural gas can be used, but the water component, this is a effluent. Those effluent require some further treatment so that water can be further utilized in case of this separation, in case of reserve maintenance operations. So these were the different production systems, starting from primary recovery, secondary recovery, tertiary recovery, and then I have explained how this well fluid will be processed in different surface installations. These installations are basically the separator, then your two-phase vertical separator, two-phase horizontal separator, then three-phase vertical separator, two-phase horizontal separator, then three-phase these vertical treaters. So these are the equipment apparatus that help in the processing of the well fluid. Apart from that, depending on the uh, gas type of gas, whether it is sweet gas, sour gas, will require certain processes to perform that gas requires to further purification. So those can be carried out under this well fluid processing system. So whenever well flows, it suffers a lot many production related issues. As you can see here, we are viewing a reserve system in through a thin section slide. This thin section slide is showing how crude oil reside within the microscopic pore spaces. The black portion is actually uh, representing the crude oil or the white spaces. So crude oil will be retaining within these white spaces. These white spaces are interconnected. Because of this interconnection, only crude oil will be able to flow to these interconnected channels towards the production well. But whenever fluid flows through these interconnected channels, sometimes these interconnected channels get blocked. And that situation is known as inflow restrictions or damage to the permeability. So their different production issues which are encountered frequently in the oil production system. These are the inflow restriction system, outflow restriction system, reservoir problem, water production problem, gas problem. So inflow restriction, it will incur the valve plugging, perfusion plugging, and perfusion damage. So as I have explained, sometimes the flow channels may get plugged, because of which fluids are not getting the clear flow channels to flow easily to reach the production well. That's why some inflow restrictions have developed. Sometimes the perforations on the casings, it may be also blocked, because of which the fluid may not enter into the well. So these are some agents which will provide inflow restrictions to the well, and required to that are required to fix. Therefore, this well plugging, perfusion plugging, and formation damage requires some measures. Another restriction is the outflow restriction. In case of these outflow restrictions, sometimes well fluid cannot flow from the bottom of the tubing to the top of the tubing, and then further movement not possible, because the wellhead pressure sometimes become very low. Because of that, wellhead pressure, lower wellhead pressure, it cannot sustain further fluid movement from the surface towards the surface installation or through the downstream lines. But sometimes limited breakdown, drawdown may be excessive, because you know that for the fluid flow from the reservoir to the bottom of the tubing, pressure differential is required. That pressure differential is known as pressure drawdown. Pressure drawdown is the driving force for the fluid to move from one point to another in the entire production system. And if this drawdown is limited, then it will cause decline in well production. Another issue is the reservoir permeability. Sometimes reservoir permeability uh, get damaged because of intrusion of rejection of certain foreign fluids from the surface into the formation. But sometimes the original permeability of the proximity or the reservoir may be very low. It is mostly found in case of carbonate reservoir. In such cases, fluid cannot move at a very high flow rate or significant volume into the well. Therefore, you have to take measure in order to improve the permeability of the formation. Another issue is the reservoir pressure. If the reservoir pressure becomes very low, fluid cannot flow, even if the porous media or the reservoir is having sufficient flow channels to flow. But it is the reservoir pressure which is not permitting the well fluid to flow from the reservoir to the well. Another issue is the water production issue. This is mostly encountered in case of water drive reservoir. Whenever well is on natural water drive, water will be entering into the oil part, and after some time of cumulative production, what will happen? Water will also begin to flow along with crude oil, and that is known as water vector. When water vector is significant, it will affect the circulation of oil in the vicinity of the well. Both that way, it will affect the production of the crude oil. So this will resolve mostly when the well is put on water flood, and when the production rate is very high than the required production rate or the approved production rate, it can result in burning situation or fluid situation. Sometimes what may happen with this casing may get leaky. Some leakage may develop, cracks may develop in the casing, or the casing may not be properly cemented. Because of that, tunneling may present. So suppose your reservoir is oil reservoir is connected with an aquifer, and it is a water trap reservoir. So water from the aquifer will encroach into those flow channels or cracks into the directly into the production well, and that way water may also produce from that particular wells. Apart from this issue, gas problems is the issue, because with dropping reservoir pressure, gas will be evolving out of the crude oil, and this expansion of gas cap or gas flow from the gas bearing zone, instead of because when there is a gas cap, we expect that gas cap will be helping in the maintaining of the reservoir. So but if this gas starts to flow along with oil towards the production well and gas vector will occur, so it will affect the production rate of the crude oil. So another issue which we frequently encounter is the viscosity of the crude oil. When viscosity of the crude oil will be very high, even if it has sufficient reservoir pressure and permeability, fluid cannot flow. Fuel cannot flow because the production well. Therefore, it requires the thermal methods, methods, so that it can increase the viscosity of the crude oil by raising the temperature of the reservoir. Another common issue which is encountered is the sand production issue. So it is mostly found in unconsolidated formation and sandstone rocks are mostly unconsolidated one. And also when a well is produced on the water mechanism, so water will be enforcing into the oil being part, so it will dissolve these cementing particles, therefore sand particles will become free. These sand particles will start to flow along with well fluid into the well. So sand production problems can cause in artificial lifting, beam cutting and tubing errors may result. So these issues may even even the end of the self-flowing line into well due to reservoir pressure decline or water cut, increasing water cut or the water recover. These are the major production issues which are frequently encountered, and it requires some measures so that those issues can be fixed up before the issues become take takes convert to a very severe problem in oil production system. Another issue is the mechanical failure in oil wells. So this mechanical failure is mostly happens in the downhole part, because in the downhole part you can see you have seen the presence of the tubing, production picker, then the casing will be cemented. So sometimes if the cementation is not proper, what will happen? Signaling will develop, and through this signaling, if the water may enter into the well, and this mechanical reason may be cause of dropping of oil. Sometimes casing tubing pressure may decrease, and it will result in the production of unwanted fluid from the well. Artificial equipment may sometimes malfunction, or selection of artificial equipment may be sometimes not be adequate or correct. So that will not respond to the very high production rate, or it will not result the high production rate in case the artificial lift cannot assist the production. While failure of well components. So these are the mechanical issues which requires replacement time to time, or requires some maintenance operation, cleaning operation, and some inspection. Routine inspections are required to know the condition of the tools. So which well fluid is supposed to flow from the reservoir from to the well, from the bottom of the tubing to the top of the tubing. Apart from that, like human being, oil wells also suffer from sickness. So there are many different issues that arise in oil wells, because of which oil cannot sometimes produce. Sometimes, if well sickness is very severe, cannot be revived also. Or sometimes what may happen, all the recoverable reserve have already been produced, so therefore, well cannot give other production. Well, so when this end life is near, or it is sick, well enter into the this abandonment conditions. So those wells need to be abandoned when this is showing abandoned well, or abandoned facility system. So this abandonment procedure again requires certain steps, branches to maintain, so that internal block never results. Otherwise, it will create some so those were the different issues of which were frequently encountered in case of oil production system. And we have observed that one of the common system is the reduction of the permeability, and reduction of the permeability in the cross medium is technically known as the formation damage. Formation damage takes place in the reservoir because we know that any time we have to inject different fluids, external fluid into the reservoir. So this injection of the external fluid mostly they create some damage inside the reservoir. There are some reasons or situations which have been present here, which may result in formation damage. So right from the drilling operations or cementing operations, formation damage will begin inside the gross media because of invasion of drilling mud solids into the formation. Because we know that in drilling process, we require drilling mud to pump. So this drilling mud again will be formulated using the solid particles as well as drilling mud filtered will enter into the formation. Then cement slime will enter into the formation. They will damage the formation. Uh, Particularly near the wellbore region, vicinity of the wellbore, because whatever fluid will be injecting into the formation during drilling and cementing operation, they are not supposed to enter deeper inside the formation. Whatever blockage or damage it will give, it will be around the vicinity of the wellbore. Sometimes your perforation may be plaque due to overbalance perforation method, or your perforations number of perforations done on the casing is not sufficient, or density of the perforation across the compression interval is not sufficient, or inadequate perforation. It will not allow the free flow of oil to the well. Then partial penetration of the producing zone not opening the total tray. Suppose the entire completion interval is not covered with the perforation, and even if reserve is there, water cannot flow from all the internal layers within the completion interval. And invasion of solid from completion of water fluids to the formation of completion. This happens because we know that whenever wells suffer from slickness, certain measures are required to be done to perform on the well. To carry out any such performance on the well, which is the remedial operation. To carry out such operation, mostly the operations are done in surveillance condition. In this surveillance condition, the well has to be killed. In order to kill the well, heavy mud has to be pumped into the well. This heavy mud may damage the well. So after this workflow fluid operation, thereafter you have to carry out the well acquisition process to remove these damaging particles from inside the formation so that fluid can again begin to flow after the measure is over for the remedial measure has been performed. So invasion of completion of overflow fluid sometimes may result in the damage of the formation, clogging of formation from swelling of water, sensitive plastic fluids. Sometimes asphalt in bracket precipitation may take place inside the formation along with perforation or completion interval. Scale deposition may take place. This results whenever we perform a secondary operation with smooth injection process. Water has to be filtered into the reservoir. If this water is not a treated water, because before injection of the water into the formation, water has to be treated so that the property of the water become competitive with the water present in the formation. Creation of an emulsion in the formation. Suppose we are going to perform some um, this personnel blocking removal process. So we have to pump acids. So acids also sometimes result in formation of emulsion. Sometimes sand may fill up in the wellbore. Injection of oil wetting separate. So because of the injection of different fluids into the formation, or as a part of the remedial operation or drilling operation or cementing operation, or because of various operations, the certain fluids have to be injected into the reservoir, and those fluids to an extent they have the potential to damage the whenever this damage, we have to perform certain oil stimulation techniques. Oil stimulation techniques is nothing but these are the techniques which are performed in the well in order to clean the blocks. Suppose you have a flow channels like that in the completion interval or the first reservoir. So these are the fluid flow channels from which well fluids are supposed to flow from the reservoir into the well. Now, suppose you have injected certain fluid into the well as a part of the remedial operation or certain workup operation. Because of that, what will happen? Some blocking will be developed around the vicinity of the well pump, which might be formation damage. Because of this formation damage, you have to apply certain well stimulation techniques. So well stimulation techniques are of three types, like metric stimulation techniques, metric acetylation techniques, hydraulic formation fracturing techniques, acid fracturing methods, manual stimulation methods. Those are the regular well stimulation techniques. Apart from microbial and solubility methods, sometimes microbes are also used clean up those block channels which are preventing flow, and the situation is known as formation damage. When formation damage is resulted, we have to perform well stimulation techniques. So one of the common well stimulation techniques is the metric stimulation technique. So this metric stimulation technique, acid will be pumped into the reservoir, but the pumping pressure of this matrix will be equal to the metric pressure of the formation, and this acid will be entering into the formation through these porous channels, and when it enters inside the formation, it will start dissolving whatever deposits were present in the formation, which is blocking the porous channels of fluid to flow through those interconnected flow channels to well. Thereby, it can restore the permeability of the formation. So sometimes what happens, reservoir permeability is already very low, and that low reservoir permeability actually cannot produce at a higher flow rate. Therefore, you have to increase the permeability of the formation by creating some additional fractures inside the formation. So what is done? Acid will be injected at the pressure higher than the fracture pressure of the formation, and formation will be intentionally fractured with the pumping of the acid, and that fracturing process will give some additional flow channels, and that process will enhance the permeability of the formation. So this fracturization process is carried out mostly in carbonate reservoirs, because in carbonate reservoirs the permeability is very low than in sandstone reservoirs. And in case of sandstone reservoir, metric acetylation process is a very conventional and widely applied method. And after completion of the drilling operations or workover operations usually performed in overbalance conditions, the metric acetylation process is performed in order to clean up the block flow channels, because it is anticipated that after these operations, flow channels are perfectly. So apart from use of acid, another method of fracturing is the hydraulic formation fracturing. It is mostly done in sandstone reservoirs that does not use acid, but uses some hydraulic fluids. And this whenever acid is used in case of hydraulic fracturing, acid will be activated in the rock, and it will be converting the rock into water. But in case of hydraulic fracturing, hydraulic fluid will be injected, and the main function of this fracturing process is to open up some new flow channels so that permeability of the formation can be enhanced. But it does not aim uh, to allow any kind of reaction between the hydraulic fluid, fracturing fluid, and the formation. And this type of operations is mostly required whenever workover operations are performed in turbulence conditions, and whenever it is found that the reservoir permeability is very low, and metric acetylation is mostly successfully done in case of sandstone reservoir and as well as carbonate reservoir. But in carbonate reservoir, fracturization process is widely applied. So these are the pictures which are showing the arrangement of hydraulic formation fracturing process. And for carrying out the hydraulic formation fracturing process, propane is required, because when you inject hydraulic fluid inside the formation along with propane, so propane will be retained inside the formation. These propanes are some particles, solid particles. They will be opening up the newly created fractures after the pumping of the fracturing fluid into the formation is over. It says, then this propane will be doing the function of increasing the permeability, because it will be remaining there, keeping all the time the created fractures open inside the formation, so that it can flow new conductive flow from the reservoir into the formation. Another type of well stimulation technique is the thermal well stimulation technique. So, as you know, these techniques are done um, in case of heavier reservoir. When the reservoir is very viscous, it is very viscous, it cannot flow even if permeability is sufficient or pressure is there because of the viscosity of the fluid, it cannot flow. In such cases, steam is injected into the production well. In case here you have only one production well, so steam will be injected into this production well, and this steam during the injection phase it will heat up the reservoir. Therefore, it will reduce viscosity of the crude oil. After that, it will allow certain period after injection of several cycle of steam into the reservoir as a part of stimulation method. So it will be given sufficient certain period so that there will be dissipation of heat around the reservoir will take place, around the vicinity of the well will take place. Thereafter, again the well will be put on production. With this process, the viscosity of the crude oil will be reducing, and crude oil will again start to flow into the production well. So whenever steam injection is done, it is done in the cyclic pattern. So suppose one cycle has given has resulted in production of crude oil. After the production,
300 level 6 நான் இவ்வளோ 100 ml எடுக்கணும்.
sorry. So after this production of crude oil, again another cycle of stimulation has to be performed. And this involves three processes: half and puff method, and in between that choking period is there. Sometimes microbial enhanced oil recovery is also used in order to clean up the block channels, and in that situation it is not used as a regular enhanced oil recovery method, but it is supposed that whenever bacteria nutrients are provided inside the formation, they are injected inside the formation, because what is expected here that some bacteria will be injected into the formation where some deposits have been there, and that is blocking the fluid flow from reservoir to the well. So through use of injection well, this will be injected, and there will be some culture bacteria inside the formation constant, and nutrients will be provided so that bacterial colony can be effectively expanded within the formation, and that bacteria will create some surfactants, and that will mobilize the oil, and sometimes this bacteria will also consume the deposits present inside the reservoir. So in this way, by use of microbial enhanced oil recovery, also some the well stimulation in order to remove the deposits present in the well formation can be removed. Another issue with the oil well production is the sand production issue. So that is a very regular phenomenon in unconsolidated formations. There is always um, some potential of sand production along with crude oil and natural gas. So basically, sand production takes place in unconsolidated formation and in sandstone reservoirs. So that takes place because well fluid creates some drag forces. These drag forces will bring sand particles is loosely cemented within the formation. So the flowing well fluid will drag the sand particles with the oil and gas to enter into the well, and that is the cause of sand production. So whenever the drag forces is the cause of sand production, because drag forces will be given by the well fluid, we have to increase the flow area so that drag force can be reduced. We have to reduce the production rate, the rate at which fluid will be moving from the reservoir to the production well, and in order to find out the required production rate, we should not support any inhalation of sand particles. We have to perform enough technique. So there are some methods to perform in order to find out at what rate actually sand inhalation can be reduced. And based on that rate of production, we should not encourage any sand production. So bleaching of sand will take place. And like the pixel here, this is showing a breathing of sand particles. These sand particles will prevent movement of sand particles which are coming along with oil and gas. Sand particles will contain the sand particles going along with oil and gas towards the process of planning to enter into the well. And this is a natural mechanism that will be obtained whenever the adequate production rate is allotted to a particular well, which is not supporting any back process to build up. As the formation of sand particles become mobilized when the formation has lower strength, so cementation has to be improved, and that can be done in order to consolidate the formation so that formation do not deliver the sand particles flow along with oil and gas. So there are different techniques in order to fix the sand control issues. These are regular clean out or sand bedding. If the sand is continuously coming along with oil and gas, the production will be calculated to pull off the sand. So the regular cleaning operation will be performed in order to remove those sand particles. Optimum drawdown will be required because based on this drawdown, pressure differential production rate will be allotted to the well. If pressure drawdown is very high, production rate will be high, and it will result in some back process of the well fluid to bring the sand particles and the well fluid flow along with oil and gas towards the production well. In order to consolidate the formation, chemical techniques are applied, and apart from that, mechanical techniques are widely applied. And this techniques uses different mechanical tools along with placement of the gravel in order to pumping the sand ingression along with oil and gas into the well. These are the list of some sand control methods. Sand screen, conventional gravel pack, hydraulic water pack, rack packs, underwood sand screen, combination of this chemical and mechanical method. In sandstone and standalone screen, a slotted liner will be inserted that will be preventing the sand particles to enter into the well. Sometimes, based on the severity of the sand list, sand gravels can be placed on the slotted liners standalone screen so that it can filter the gravel will do not allow not allow the sand to pass through the gravels will allow only the well to go into the well. Sometimes high rate of copper injection is required to maintain the rates of fractions or fracture compression is required. These are the some kind of mechanical method of sand control. And the most popular or widely used mechanical method is gravel picking method, which is gravels. Fraction of the gravel placement around the slotted line is to retain the sand particles. So the sand particles is flowing along when it gas cannot flow through the gravel into the well. So gravel will prevent sand can through it, and the screen which is there behind the gravel, the screen will not allow any gravel to flow into the screen into the well. So for the effectiveness of this gravel packing method, this proper selection of the gravel size is a very requirement, is critical component. You have to select the proper gravel size that will be able to contain the sand particles without allowing them to flow through it, as well as the size of the spring slot will be because the spring size slot should be such that it will not allow the gravel to pass through. So in that way, double the mechanism will be created around the vicinity of the valve. Like this here you can see, this is the screen. Behind the screen, gravel pack is there, and formation the formation some amount of sand will be trying to flow along with oil and gas. So these sand particles will be prevented by the barrier of gravel packs, and the screen will be preventing any gravel pack to enter inside the well. In that way, by replacement of this double mechanism, mechanical method can be successfully applied in order to contain the issue of the sand ingression into the well. Sand cannot be alone squeezed into the formation. So for carrying the sand particles, we require carrying fluid, and carrying fluid are mostly prepared using potassium chloride hydroxide, cellulose, and ammonium persulfate. And in order to find out the required size of the gravel. So we have to conduct, we have to collect sand samples from the wellhead fluid. Then also we have to perform core analysis on core samples so that we can carry out seed analysis to find out the required size of the gravel and amount of gravel we have to calculate in order to effectively place required volume of gravel so that it can effectively put the barrier around the wellbore to prevent. These are showing some case studies related to collection of the gravels and this video of so there are some practices like which can be used to determine the size of the another method, another concern of water injection process, water flooding process is this the enhancement of recovery after
Hey,
water injection
Pinku,
flooding process.
মই লৈ যাওঁ চাইন কৰিলোঁ হা পিংকু
Participants are requested please mute. So this wettability is going to affect the performance of water flooding operations, and the wettability can be changed from water wet rock to oil wet rock, and that is another concern of any water injection process or water flooding process that can be studied in order to enhance the recovery of crude oil. So whenever we analyze a well, taking some samples of core samples or reservoir samples or porous media samples, so we have to take into account the study of rock mineralogy to in order to find out the actual picture of the performance of the or the response of the formation with different oil recovery methods. And in laboratory scales, co-flooding are performed in such study to understand how to deal with the different parameters involved in water flooding process and in soil recovery process so that crude oil can be increased. There is the one factor, temperature also, reservoir temperature also affect on the crude oil recovery. A study was carried out in this regard with utilizing some sandstone rocks samples, and results mostly showed the importance of temperature effect on irreducible water situation, or hence the water weight behavior of the reservoir rock. And there are two school of thoughts regarding how to improve oil recovery is with the water flooding operations, because water flooding after primary recovery is one of the mostly widely applied method of recovery. So some studies were performed, and these studies showed that there will be significant volume of school of thoughts related to dependency of the water temperature, and the recent case study done by our us also shown the dependency of the effective temperature on the oil recovery through oil water related variability and investigation using co-flooding processes. So these were the different aspects of the oil production system which I have planned to share with you. I hope you got an idea from the backgrounds from petroleum engineering. So thank you all for patient listening these discussions. And I would also like to thank the coordinator, Dr. Ranjan Fukansa, for having me in this session and giving me a chance to uh, speak about the oil recovery methods. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dhruva sir. It was a nice presentation. Any queries from the participants?
কিবা হ'ল মাজতে আহে চাওঁ মাজতে নাই চোন যোৱাচোন আৰু এই ফোনটো মই ঘৰ আনিব পাহৰি থাকিলোঁ আকৌ হা থাকিব লাগিব ইয়াতে থাকিব লাগিব
So thank you, Dhruva sir. On behalf of everyone present in the program, I want to thank the executive minister for his informative and enlightening presentation on the different aspects of the business issues and also different production techniques. So we appreciate the time you spared for sharing with us the knowledge and expertise. I'm sure everyone liked your presentation. And once again, from all of us, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now we take the break for lunch, and thank you everyone for attending the morning session. We join here again at 4 p.m. for the last session of today. There will be a talk on reservoir engineering. So please join us again at 4 p.m.
This conference will now be recorded.
Welcome back to this third session of Day 3 of the ATAL FDP organized by the Department of Petroleum Technology, Dibrugarh University. The resource person for this session will be Dr. Ranjan Fukan of Dibrugarh University and the coordinator of the faculty development program. Dr. Ranjan Fukan is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Petroleum Technology, Dibrugarh University, Assam. He obtained his PhD degree from IIT Guwahati and MTech from Dibrugarh University. He has more than 12 years of experience in academic and research and 2 years of professional experience in the oil industry. His research interests include reservoir engineering, improved oil recovery, both conventional and hybrid methods, He has number of international publications and conference presentations to his credit. At Dibrugarh University, he is teaching some of the industry-oriented course in petroleum fluids, visual engineering, and production engineering. Welcome, sir, to this third session of the FDP. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dibrugarh, for the nice introduction. Share my screen now. So I welcome all the participants to the presentation. So I will talk on the reservoir engineering, the petroleum reservoir engineering. So in this lecture, we will learn about the petroleum reservoir, different kinds of reservoir fields and their properties, the different analysis we do in the lab for finding out the different properties of the reservoir fields, the safe behavior of the reservoir fields, and the classification based upon the phase diagrams, the different rock and the fluid rock properties, also the lab works that we do in order to find out the properties of the reservoir rock. This will be followed by the different fluid flow equations and also the recovery from all reservoirs, how the recovery takes place through primary dredging mechanism, secondary, and also the different enhancer recovery methods. So a petroleum reservoir is defined, reservoir engineering is defined in fact as the art of developing and producing oil and gas fields in such a manner as to maximize the hydrocarbon recovery and to increase the revenue generation. So this is a pictorial presentation of our typical petroleum reservoir. The petroleum reservoir where we find the accumulation of oil. So we have gas at the top, in the middle we have the crude oil, and down we have the water. So we have three kinds of fluid here, gas, crude oil, and water. Now these hydrocarbons, they are generated in the source. So this is the place where they are formed, they are generated, and then it migrates. It moves from this source rock to a place where they can be accumulated. So this is the source rock where the hydrocarbons are generated, and it moves. How does it move? To the different tectonic activities. It finds a way of migration, and it moves, it migrates until it finds a suitable place where it can entrap it. So in this way, the petroleum reservoir is So in order to be a petroleum reservoir, the reservoir rock should be porous and permeable. Only when the reservoir surface rock is porous and permeable, it can act as a reservoir rock. So it should be porous, it should have pore spaces in between the rock grains, and these pore spaces should be simple. That means it should be permeable. It should be permeable with a pressure. So a petroleum reservoir, it can contain crude oil, natural gas, or both. And this depends upon the pressure of the reservoir. Initially, when the reservoir pressure is high enough, there will be only crude oil. So this depends upon a particular pressure. We call it the bubble point pressure. If the reservoir pressure is greater than the bubble point, we will have a single phase switch, and that will be crude oil. And sometimes these petroleum reservoirs, they are surrounded by water-bearing rocks. We call it Day3. Now this petroleum reservoir is predominantly found in sedimentary rocks. In very few cases, it is found in igneous and metal. And the most important properties of this reservoir, petroleum reservoir, is the reservoir rock and the phase surface. Because this affects the initial distribution of these fluids and also how the fluid is flow in the reservoir. Now, by reservoir fluids, we mean the crude oil, natural gas, and along with it, the formation water. Now, the natural gas is and the crude oil. It's a mixture of hydrocarbons. Natural gas is a mixture of lighter hydrocarbons. Mainly, it is methane. You see, C1 is 90%, along with some impurities. The nitrogen, carbon dioxide, they are impurities, they are incombustible. They create problems in the production and processing of the nature. The other components, they are fine. The main component of natural gas is the methane. Now, crude oil is also a mixture of hydrocarbons. It's mainly the heavier hydrocarbons, along with the impurities like sulfur, oxygen, nitrogen. So these are the impurities in case of crude oil. Now, the other type of reservoir fluid is the formation water. So, along with crude oil, when crude oil is produced, natural gas comes out, and along with it comes out the formation water. Formation water comes out along with the crude oil and natural. Now, this formation water is more saline than seawater. Seawater, you know, is saline, but if we compare the salinity of this formation water with the seawater, it is seen that the salinity of the formation water is more than the seawater. So the formation water, it has higher ionic, composition, or the PBS of the formation water is more than the seawater. Now first we'll see the properties of the natural gas. So as we have seen, the main component of the natural gas is methane. Methane is the primary component of natural gas. So it also contains other inorganic compounds like nitrogen, carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, but these are mainly, they are considered as impurities. These are considered as impurities, so these are unliberated. Now, if we see the heating value of natural gas, the heating value of natural gas varies from 700 to 1600 BTU per SPF. That means if we burn 1 SPF of natural gas, it will generate heat that is equivalent to 700 to 1600. Now, this natural gas, it can be classified into three types, depending upon the origin. First one is the non-associated gas. And this non-associated gas, this natural gas, it mainly comes from reservoirs, from gas reservoirs, which have minimal amount of oil. So the non-associated gas is a natural gas which comes out mainly from the gas reservoir. Other type is the associated gas. Associated gas, as the name implies, it's the gas that comes out along with the crude oil from the natural gas. The other type of natural gas is the gas condensate. Now, gas condensate has high liquid content. That means these type of reservoirs, they are gas in the reservoir, but when it is produced to the surface, it produces a mixture of gas and the liquid. That liquid portion, we call it the condensate. Now, this natural gas has different properties, and the important ones are the specific gravity, the viscosity, gas density, the pseudo-critical properties of the natural gas, compressibility factor, and also the gas compression. Now, the knowledge of these components of the natural gas is important because it helps in designing and analyzing the natural gas production and processing. But before we do that, it is always desirable to know the composition of the gas composition that we are producing. Now, these gas properties, they are usually estimated from correlation. There are different empirical correlations. Based on these empirical correlations, we can determine the properties of the natural gas. Now, the important properties of natural gas, first one is the apparent molecular weight. So first we have to know the composition of the natural gas. So once we know the composition of the natural gas, we can determine the apparent molecular weight. So apparent molecular weight is determined if we know the individual components, if we know the mole fraction, and if we know the molecular weight of each of the components of the mix. So this is determined using the mixing rule. So we are summing up the product of the mole fraction and the molecular weight of each of the components. Next important parameter is the gas density. So once we know the apparent molecular weight, the density, it can be determined from the gas mass. This is a gas equation. So we can determine the density of the gas. Now the specific gravity can also be determined. So it is the ratio of the apparent molecular weight of the gas by the apparent molecular weight of air. Air in this case is the standard state. Specific gravity, you know, is the density of the fluid by the density of the standard state. So in this way, we can calculate the specific gravity. Now, another important parameter that is important in case of natural gas is the gas diffusion factor. Now, these natural gas, they are considered to be real gas. Why they are called real gases? Because they deviate from the ideal behavior. So in this case, we have to consider the gas deviation factor. So this gas deviation factor is a measure of how much the natural gas deviates from the ideal behavior. Ideal behavior is the perfect gas behavior. So how much it deviates from the ideal behavior is measured by the gas deviation. And this gas deviation factor, it is denoted by Z, it varies in between 0.7 to 1.2. Now a value of Z equal to 1, it represents the ideal behavior. So the ideal gas equation is PV equal to nRT, and the real gas equation, we are introducing the Z factor. So the real gas equation becomes PV equal to NZR. So there is a term Z. This term, it accounts for the deviation from the ideal behavior. Now this Z Z is determined, that is the gas diffusion factor. In order to determine the Z, we have to take into account the pseudo-critical properties. We have to measure the pseudo-critical properties and also the pseudo-reduced properties. That is the pressure, pseudo-reduced pressure and the pseudo-reduced pressure. So once we know the pseudo-reduced pressure and pseudo-reduced temperature, we can determine the Z value from the standard correlation. This is a standard chart that was given by Standing and Katz in 1942. So from this equation, we can determine the value of Z. So in this chart, the Z is a function of the pseudo-reduced pressure and the pseudo-reduced pressure. So once we know the pseudo-reduced pressure and the pseudo-reduced temperature, we can calculate the value of Z from this correlation. Now this chart is one of the most widely used correlations in the petroleum industry in order to find out the gas diffusion of natural gas or compressor diffusion. So as compressibility factor is also important when we consider the phase flow equation, which is Cz, the thermal compressibility coefficient, how much the volume changes with respect to pressure. Now another parameter that is used in the gas flow equation is the gas formation factor. So the gas formation volume factor is used or it is used in order to relate the volume of the oil in the reservoir to the surface. So this is actually a conversion factor that converts the volume from the reservoir to the surface. The viscosity of gas is also important, and normally we don't measure the gas viscosity in the lab because it can be precisely measured with the help of empirical correlations. Different empirical correlations are given, and from these empirical correlations, we can determine the viscosity of the liquid. Next, we'll see the properties of crude oil. Now, the properties of crude oil is important because in order to accurately describe the behavior, the flow behavior in the reservoir. And the properties of the crude oil varies from reservoir to reservoir. Now, these properties they can be determined with the help of the lab analysis or with the help of the correlations, the empirical correlations. So one important parameter, property of crude oil is the specific gravity. Again, the specific gravity is the ratio of the density of the oil to the density of the standard weight. In this case, is what. So from the specific gravity, we can determine the API gravity using this correlation. Now, once we know the API gravity of the crude oil, we can classify the crude oil into light, medium, or heavy. It is depending upon the API gravity. So if the API gravity of the crude is higher, it will be a lighter crude, and the vice versa. That means if the API gravity is low, it will be heavy crude, and medium oils, their API gravity ranges between 22.3 to 35.4. So we can classify the crude oil based on their API gravity. So sometimes the crude oil, they are classified based on the viscosity. We see the classification of crude oil into light, medium, and heavy based on the viscosity of nucleic acid. Now, the gas solubility is another important property of crude oil. It gives an idea of how much the gas is dissolved in the crude oil. Crude oil, which contains gas in solution. So higher the pressure, if the pressure is high, the amount of gas in solution increases. So if the pressure decreases, the gas solubility decreases, that means the gas is faster. So we have two conditions. One is the initial pressure. If we see the gas solubility against the pressure, It is seen that when the pressure is high, this is the initial pressure.
Hello.
So this is the initial pressure, and as the pressure is decreased, the gas solubility it remains constant up to a particular pressure. That pressure is called the bubble point pressure. After bubble point pressure, the gas solubility is decreases because at this point the gas comes. In fact, the bubble point pressure is the pressure at which the first bubble of gas comes. Once the gas comes out with the decreasing pressure, the gas solubility. So this is the bubble point pressure. Bubble point pressure is an important parameter of crude oil, and depending upon whether the initial pressure is more than the bubble point pressure or the less, it will be either a saturated oil reservoir or undersaturated oil reservoir. So like the gas formation volume factor, here we also have the oil formation volume factor. So it correlates the volume of oil in the reservoir to the surface. Now VO is the ratio of the volume of the oil occupied in the reservoir to the volume of oil in the surface. Now the volume of oil in the reservoir is always fixed. The reason being the solubility of the gas. When the gas goes into solution, the volume of the oil increases. So the VO is always greater than because the volume of oil in the reservoir is there because of the gas. Now the VO it can be determined in the lab and also with the help of different correlations. And all these correlations are based on this equation. Means the VO is a function of all these parameters. The solubility of gas, specific acidity of gas, specific acidity of the oil, and also the temperature of the reservoir. Another important parameter is the isothermal compressibility coefficient. This isothermal compressibility coefficient is the change in the volume of the oil with respect to pressure per unit volume. So based on the reservoir pressure, we have two conditions. One is the undersaturated isothermal compressibility coefficient, in which case the pressure is more than the bubble point. And for saturated, the pressure is less than the bubble point. There is another term that is used in the ratio equation, that is the total formation volume factor. In this case, we are considering the volume of the gas, total hydrocarbon volume in the reservoir, to the volume of the. Now, an important property of crude oil that determines flow in the reservoir rock is the viscosity. Now, the viscosity of oil can range from 0.125 for light oil to more than 125 for heavy oil. Now, this oil viscosity, depending, can be classified into three types. The dead oil viscosity, that means the viscosity at the surface, then it has no gas in it. So saturated oil viscosity is the viscosity at the pressure less than or equal to the bubble point. And the undersaturated oil viscosity is the viscosity at the pressure which is above the bubble point. So this is a correlation with the plot of the oil viscosity against the pressure. So it is seen that as the pressure increases, the viscosity decreases. Because with the increase in the pressure, the gas goes into solution. As the gas it goes into solution, the viscosity of the oil. Once it reaches the bubble point pressure, it is minimum here. Thereafter, it is because of the increase in the pressure. Here there is no gas in solution. Next, we will see the properties of the formation water. So, as I told you, the formation water is mostly contains the dissolved salt, and it has a higher salt content than seawater. The different cations and anions that are normally found in formation water, sodium, potassium, barium, lithium, also present, anions like the chlorine, sulfate, bicarbonate. All these are the cations and anions that is normally found in the formation water. But unlike the solubility of natural gas in crude oil, the solubility of natural gas in formation water is less. The solubility of natural gas in formation water is less compared to the solubility of natural gas in crude oil. So this water formation volume factor is another parameter that is used in the flow equation. Water formation volume factor is nearly 1. This is because of the low solubility of natural gas in the water, the formation. Now, in order to determine the properties of this reservoir phase, we conduct different types of lab analysis. So, there are different types of laboratory tests that are done on the reservoir phase, and they can be classified as the primary, routine, and the special lab tests. The primary tests are simple tests. They are done on the site itself. This includes determining the specific recipe, Gas-oil ratio. So, these are the primary tests that are done in the field and the site. Now, once the fluid is collected, it is sent to the lab. And in the lab, we do different types of tests called the routine laboratory tests. And these include determining the composition of the petroleum system, the constant composition of concentrate, the differential liberation test, the separator test, and also the constant decision. Sometimes for special applications, special type of lab tests are done, and these are done for specific applications. So if we are considering the injection of gas, then these two types of tests are done, spin tube test and the swelling test. The spin tube test is normally done in order to determine the minimum liquidity pressure of the crude oil. So if we are injecting gas in case of EOR application, enhanced recovery application, we inject gas, and this gas goes into the reservoir, the mixes up with the tube, and it changes the properties of the tube, so that the oil recovery can be done. So clean tube test and the swelling test, they are done for specific applications like the gasification process. Now, before we can do the lab analysis, we have to procure the crude oil. We have to procure the crude oil from the field. We have to collect the crude oil from the and natural gas from the field. And this is called the fluid sampling. So fluid sampling is the collection of the hydrocarbons from the field. So fluid sampling is very important. It should be done in a phase-wise manner in order to get representative reservoir phase. So it is very important that the fluid samples we collect from the lab is representative of the reservoir phase. So for that, we have to filter. Before we can collect the crude oil and the natural gas from the well, we have to prepare the well. Preparing the well for fluid sampling is called the well conditioning. So in well conditioning, what we do, we select a particular well. And in the first step, the well is allowed to flow for a sufficient period of time. The well is allowed to flow for a sufficient period of time so that if there is any debris inside the tubing, in the pipe through which the fluid flow, it is removed. It is allowed to flow for a sufficient period of time so that we obtain stability. Next step is to the pressure drawdown to be controlled. Now, an important step in case of fluid sampling is that the pressure should be maintained above the bubble point. That means the bottom hole flowing pressure should be greater than the bubble point. If the bottom hole flowing pressure is less than the bubble point pressure, then gas will be liberated. And if the gas gets liberated from the crude oil, then the sample that we collect may not be representative of the reservoir pressure. So this step number 2 is very important. We have to ensure that the bottom hole flowing pressure is more than the bubble pressure. And this is done, how it is done? It is done by allowing the well to flow at a reduced rate. Okay, the flow rate is reduced to half the flow rate in the step number 1. In the step number 1, whatever rate, suppose it was flowing at 400 barrels per day, in the third step, it is reduced to half. It is allowed to flow at 200 barrels per day. And it's allowed to flow for a sufficient period of time, about 24 to 48 hours, depending upon the permeability. If the permeability is low, then we have to allow a longer period to flow for a longer period of time. So in the step 4, we have to monitor the well. We have to monitor the well conditions, that is the wellhead pressure, the production rate, and also the GOR. Once it is stabilized, to see, we have to observe for several days to see that the parameters have stabilized. Once it is stabilized, then the well is ready for collection. So for a successful reservoir fluid analysis, these 2 points are important. First is the reservoir pressure, it should not be below the bubble pressure. And this is very important. There should be a single phase fluid flowing in the well. And to ensure that, we have to make the reservoir pressure as high as possible. It should be greater than the bubble pressure. Next step is to collect the fluid very early in the production, because during the early production stage, the pressure is normally high, and there is likelihood that the pressure has not fallen below the bubble pressure. So once the fluid is collected, it is then sent to the lab for a full PPT analysis. So PPT means the pressure volume temperature analysis. Now the sampling, for doing the sampling, there are different methods. Basically, there are 2 types of sampling methods or collecting methods. One is the direct one, other one is the indirect one. So this is the direct method. It is also called the bottom hole sampling. The indirect method is the surface method. It is the indirect method. In the direct method, what we do, we lower a sampling chamber. This is a sampling chamber. It is lowered in the, it means the pipe is lowered to the pipe to the bottom of the well. So it is lowered into the well bore. This portion is called the well bore. So it is lowered with the help of fire line, the sampling bomb, to the bottom of the well, and while the well is flowing. So as the fluids are flowing, so there is a valve inside the sampling chamber. It opens. So once it collects a specific volume of the sample, this can be hydraulically closed, or it can be operated from the, it can be closed by operating from the surface. So once we get a particular volume of the crude oil in the sampling chamber, this sampling chamber is can be retrieved. But the problem with this direct sampling method or the bottom hole sampling method is that we can collect very small amounts of fluid sample in one run. In a particular operation, in one operation, we can collect only about 600 ml. It's less than 1 liter. So if we want more samples, then we have to repeat the one. We have to make repeated runs. In the indirect method, which is also called the surface sampling method, here what we do, we collect the samples of the oil and the gas, and then they are combined together. So this is a schematic of the well. The well, when the well flows, it is producing oil and gas. It is separated in a vessel. The gas, it comes out from the surface, it goes into the storage facilities, from which the crude oil being heavier is taken from the bottom. So these lines are called the flow lines. So in surface sampling, what we do, we collect specific volume of the crude oil and gas from specific flow lines, and they are combined in the gas oil ratio. In the correct gas oil ratio, they are combined together to get a composite picture. So in subsurface sampling, we are collecting the samples of oil and the gas, and we are combining them to get a composite sample. Now, the advantage of this method is that we can get as much of the sample we want. But here we can get only about 600 ml per round. Now, once the fluids are collected with the help of the subsurface sampling or the separator sampling, it is sent into the lab where the properties are determined. The different types of routine laboratory tests are done. First one is the compositional analysis. So in this case, we analyze the composition of the hydrocarbon that we are producing. So the gas samples, it can be analyzed with the help of the gas chromatography, and the oil samples, it can be analyzed with the help of the true body oil analysis. And other important properties, it can be determined with the help of the constant composition expansion test and the differential test. So these two we will see now. Separator test is also done in order to find out the optimum surface conditions that will lead to maximum oil recovery. Once the oil is produced, it goes into surface facility. We have the different separators, and this type of test it helps to determine the optimum surface separation conditions that will lead to maximum oil recovery. Another type of test that is done is the constant volume distribution test, which is performed on the gas condensate and also for lighter oil. This is mainly to find out the compositional variation and to simulate how the depletion takes place in the reservoir. Spin tube test and the swelling test, as I told you, they are done for specific applications like inject gas into the reservoir for enhancing oil recovery. Of these different types of routine laboratory tests, this constant composition expansion test and differential liberation test, they are very important. They are the most important. So the constant composition expansion test is done in a PG3 cell. The PG3 apparatus inside. In the PG3 apparatus, what we have a PG cell. In the PG cell, we have here we take the sample. The sample is placed here, and there is a temperature jacket which can maintain the temperature of the PG cell at the reservoir. So here this is the PG cell where we put the oil sample, so hydrocarbon sample, and then we can either inject mercury or we can withdraw it with the help of a there is a system here. We can inject mercury and we can withdraw mercury. So for increasing the pressure of the PG cell, we are injecting the mercury, and for decreasing the pressure, for increasing the volume, we are withdrawing mercury from this PG cell. So this constant composition expansion test is mainly done in order to determine the saturation, the double point pressure for crude oil and the dew point pressure for the gas. So this method is also, it helps to determine the compressibility coefficient and also the gas pressure. So means the compressibility. Moreover, the relative volumes of oil and gas at the various pressure diffusion stages is also possible to be done. It is done in the PPT process. Just a simplified version of the PPT. The differential liberation phase is on the same like that constant composition phase, but here we can determine the starting point of this phase starts at the bubble point, and the pressure is lower in space. So with the help of this expansion phase, we can determine the amount of gas intake. That means it is possible to determine the value of the gas intake and the shrinkage volume. How much, as you know, as the gas goes out of solution, the volume of the oil shrinks. So the oil shrinkage volume as a function of pressure is also possible to determine with the help of this liberation, the differential liberation, and also the properties of the gas. This gas that is evolved from the oil, it is taken into this properties which can be different. The properties of the evolved gas. Now, the phase behavior of reservoir fluid is also important in order to classify the petroleum reservoir. To classify we use different types of diagrams, PV diagram, CP diagram, these are used for studying the phase behavior of the reservoir. Now, with the help of such type of diagram, we can classify the reservoirs, and also we define the hydrocarbon system that is occurring in the reservoir, and also the phase behavior of the reservoir phase can be studied. So we'll see how this phase diagram can be used for classifying the petroleum reservoir. So broadly, the petroleum reservoirs, they are classified into oil reservoirs and the gas reservoirs based upon the initial temperature. In fact, the temperature of the reservoir is controlled by the geothermal gradient. So throughout the production history, the temperature of the reservoir is assumed to be constant. There can be slight variation, but the temperature of the reservoir is assumed to be constant. Only the pressure varies. The temperature of the reservoir is controlled by the geothermal gradient, and that's why the temperature is in this, but there is slight changes in the temperature only. So the oil reservoirs, they can be classified into an undersaturated oil reservoir. In case of an undersaturated oil reservoir, this classification is mainly based upon the initial pressure. If the initial pressure is more than the bubble point pressure, then we consider that type of reservoir as undersaturated. If it is equal to the bubble point pressure, it's a saturated oil reservoir. If it is less than the bubble point pressure, we call it a gas saturated. Because the pressure is less than the bubble point, the gas will come out, and the mobility of this gas is more than the crude oil. It will migrate to the upper part because of the lighter density, because of the buoyancy. It will move to the upper part of the reservoir. It will form a gas trap. So this type of reservoir is called a gas trap reservoir when the pressure is less than the bubble point. Again, the gas reservoirs, it can be classified into retrograde gas condensate reservoir. And in this case, the temperature of the reservoir it is more. So this diagram is to help in identifying whether it can be a gas reservoir or an oil reservoir. If the temperature is beyond the critical, this is the critical point, the CP diagram. If the temperature is beyond is higher than the critical temperature, it will be a gas. So depending upon the position, it can be either a gas completely gas reservoir, or it can be a retrograde gas compressor reservoir. If the temperature of the reservoir it lies within this range, critical temperature, and there is a temperature here, we call it the critical temperature. If the temperature it lies, if the temperature of the reservoir it lies in between the pre-condensed term and the critical temperature, we have a gas temperature. Otherwise, if the temperature is more than the pre-condensed term, we will have either a wet gas reservoir or the dry gas reservoir. Now, wet gas reservoir, it is named as such because this type of reservoirs, they are producing gas as well as some amount of So the oil that is produced, we call it the gas turbine. Whereas in case of dry gas reservoir, it is producing only gas. It's gas in the reservoir and it is producing gas in the reservoir. Whereas in case of the wet gas reservoir, it is gas inside the reservoir, but when we are producing the gas, we produce a mixture of oil and gas because of the phase dynamics, because it enters the two phases. So we call this type of reservoir as a wet gas. Now, based on the properties of the crude oil, also the crude oil can be classified as heavy oil, or volatile oil, so depending upon the property. If the API gravity is more, then it will be a heavy oil. It's always a black oil also. If the API gravity is if the API gravity is less, it will be a heavy oil. If the API gravity is more, then it will be a volatile. Also, the GOR of the well. If the GOR is less, it is considered to be a heavy oil reservoir. For volatile oil, GOR is very. Now, the gas reservoirs, as I told you, they are classified into three types: the gas condensate reservoirs. That means this type of reservoirs it is producing gas as well as the liquid. Liquid portion is called the gas condensate. So this type of it is producing gas as well as liquid. The liquid portion is called the condensate. And it exhibits the retrograde phenomenon. If a particular phenomenon is observed, it is opposite to the normal behavior. So this diagram it shows this diagram of dry gas reservoir and a wet gas reservoir. In case of dry gas reservoir, it is gas in the reservoir and also gas in the surface because it is away from the Keystone. In case of wet gas reservoir, it is gas inside the reservoir, but when it is produced, it comes inside the two-phase region. So once it comes inside the two-phase region, it is producing a mixture of liquid and gas. So we name this type of reservoir as wet gas reservoir. So after considering the fluid properties, now we will see the reservoir rock properties. Now, subsurface rock, it is considered to be a reservoir rock if it has porosity, permeability, and it can be an accumulation, it can be place for accumulation of hydrocarbon. So the most important properties of this reservoir rock are the porosity, permeability, and the frequency. Now, these properties, they are determined with the help of a particular set of laboratory tests. We call it the core analysis. So with the help of the core analysis, we can determine the properties of this reservoir rock. Now, the most important property of the reservoir rock is the porosity. That means the amount of pore spaces we have. Not only the pore spaces, it should be interconnected. So the effective porosity is more important because this effective porosity it gives an idea of the interconnected porosity. And absolute porosity is the total porosity of the reservoir. Only when the pore spaces they are interconnected, they can be suitable for the movement of the fluid. So the effective porosity is important in case of the reservoir. Fluid saturation, it means the amount of fluid that the reservoir rock contains. It is a ratio of the volume of the fluid to the pore volume. How much of pore volume it has and how much of this pore volume is occupied by the particular fluid. So if we want to find out the oil saturation, it will be the volume of the oil divided by the pore volume, and water saturation is the volume of the water by the pore volume, and for gas saturation, similarly, it's the volume of the gas by the pore volume. So if we have three fluids in the reservoir, then the summation of this saturation is equal to. The other type of saturation is the condensed water saturation. This type or the irreducible water saturation. This type the saturation is less than the critical. So this water is not moving. We call it economic saturation, and also called the irreducible water saturation. Residual saturation is the saturation of the oil after a particular recovery mechanism. Suppose we are implementing water flooding, and after water flooding, suppose 40% of the oil is recovered. The rest 60% we call it the residual oil saturation. So this amount of oil is left here. So permeability is an important parameter. It was defined way back in 1556 by Henry Darcy. This is the Darcy situation. The viscosity of homogeneous fluid, it is directly proportional to the pressure gradient and inversely proportional to the viscosity of the fluid. So the constant of proportionality we call it the permeability of the rock, and from this equation we can determine the permeability. This equation is used in the lab in order to find out the permeability of the rock. So core analysis, as I told you, is a set of experiments that are conducted in order to determine the petrophysical properties and also other properties of the reservoir. So this is the whole core that we, with the help of specific operations called the coring, we obtain samples of the reservoir. But this whole core sample or the conventional core, as such, it cannot be used for the core analysis. So we have to prepare the core plugs. Core plugs are prepared from these whole cores by cutting the plugs of diameter 1 to 1.5 inches to be cut parallel to the bedding frame. The bedding frame, we are cutting it parallel to the bedding frame. So after cutting it along the bedding frame, we get the core plugs. And these core plugs can be used for the core analysis. But before we can do the core analysis, the core plugs are to be cleaned and dried. It has to be cleaned and interstitial. If there is any interstitial impurities, it has to be cleaned. With the help of different solvents, it is cleaned and then it is dried properly so that we can do the core analysis. Now the core analysis, it can be classified into the basic one, which is the routine core analysis, where we measure the porosity and the permeability. The special core analysis is also done on the core plugs for specific operations. Suppose we want to find out the workability of this core sample, or we want to find out the oil recovery capacity of the how much oil is contained and how much oil is going to recover. Then we do the core plugging experiment and also the relative permeability test. So these tests, it comes under the special core analysis. As I told you before, we can do the experiment, we have to prepare this core plug and also we have to clean and dry it. So this is the whole core. The size is around, the diameter is 8.9 inch, around 9 centimeters is the diameter of this whole core. From this whole core, we cut core plugs. The core plugs are around 1.5 inch in diameter and length is around 70 centimeters. So for determining the porosity, we use this equation. Porosity is to know the pore volume and the bulk volume. So the pore volume is equal to the bulk volume and the grain volume by the bulk. So once we know the two parameters of this equation, we can find out the porosity of the process. Now the bulk volume is mainly measured with the help of the dimensions. With the help of a caliper, we can find out the dimensions and we can determine the bulk volume. The grain volume, it can be measured with the help of different instruments, the porosimeter, which applies the point score double sum method in order to find out the grain volume. Now the liquid permeability, it can be measured using the Darcy's law is a fundamental law that is used for measuring the permeability of the rock to a particular fluid with the help of the Darcy's equation. It's also possible to measure the gas permeability of the rock sample using the gas equation and also the digest equation. They are combined together in order to so that we can get the equation for the gas. Now the gas permeabilities are higher than the liquid permeability. So once we know the gas permeabilities, with the help of this Lichtenberg effect, it's also possible to determine the liquid permeability or the absolute permeability of the rock to a particular state. So this is an example of the routine core analysis that was done in our lab. So the core plugs were 1.5 inch in diameter and the length was 68 centimeters. So in this case, we were determining the valve volume with the help of the dimension. We were using a caliper in order to find out the dimension. And then we measured the grain volume with the help of the helium porosity. So once we know the grain volume and the valve volume, we can determine the porosity of the different core plugs. So these core plugs were obtained from different depths. One depth it was 2,400 feet, and going deeper, we obtained the different core samples from deeper formations and also a deeper formation around 4,000. So it was observed that the porosity is decreased with the depth. So as the depth increases, the complexion increases. With the increase in complexion, the porosity of the rock also decreases. So this is a typical example of the Assam oil-filled reservoir rock. So for a depth of around 2,500 meters, it was around 22%. As the depth increased to 4,000, the porosity decreased to around 10%. So it can be said that the porosity is inversely proportional to the depth. Because of the compaction, the porosity of the reservoir rock decreases, because the pressure increases, and this leads to the decrease in the porosity of the reservoir rock. So this is another example of the same core plugs were used in order to find out the liquid permeability. So the liquid permeability again is a function of the depth also. It was observed that when the depth was around 2,500, the permeability of the rock was around 13 meters deep. As we went deeper, the deeper core plugs obtained from the deeper depth, the porosity decreased to around 3 meters. So the deeper formations, the permeability was very less. So tighter formations were obtained for deeper depth. So this is a classification that is given in the literature. So if the permeability is less than 1 millimeter, it is considered to be a tight reservoir. So a tight reservoir, it means that the permeability is very low. And if the permeability is more than 2,250 millimeters, it is considered to be a very good permeability. This is again an example of the core samples that we used to determine the gas permeabilities. So the gas permeabilities were measured with a gas thermometer, and these are the results that we obtained. We see that the permeability of the gas is more of the rock to gas is more than the liquid permeability. So once we get the gas permeability, then the liquid permeability or the absolute permeability was determined with the help of the Lichtenberg principle. And in this case, we are using the nitrogen gas as the flowing. So the Lichtenberg principle is something here. We plot the gas permeability against the mean, against the 1 by Pm, and Pm is the mean permeability. So we plot it here and it's extrapolated to the point where 1 by Pm is equal to 0. So at this point, we get the liquid permeability or the absolute permeability. That is equivalent to the permeability of the rock to the liquid. So here is a summary of the results we got for the different core samples that were obtained for different depths. The porosity for the cellular formations were around 25. It increased with as the depth increased, the porosity decreased. Same is the case with the liquid permeability, which was higher for the cellular formation. As we move deeper, very low porosity was obtained for the different pore samples. Another type of spatial pore analysis that we do is the pore flooding experiments. These pore flooding experiments, they are done in order for specific applications in order to estimate the oil recovery calculations and also to find out the permeability of the rock. So this is a schematic diagram of a pore flooding system where we have a pore holder. Inside the pore holder, we place the pore plug. Pore plugs of 1.5 inch in diameter is placed inside the pore holder. And we apply a water temperature. Then we inject the different types of waste stages pore samples using this piston accumulator. These are piston accumulators where it contains different types of fluid, oil, formation water, it can be chemicals also, and with the help of a pump we are injecting. So using this procedure, we can calculate the liquid permeability and also the oil recovery from a particular state index. So for this, we have to first clean the pore samples. After cleaning the pore samples and cleaning the flow lines, we have to, what we do, we inject the formation water. The pore sample is saturated with the formation brine and the fluid permeability of the rock to the brine is calculated. After that, we inject the crude oil into the pore plug, and the injection is continued until we obtain 100% oil at the outlet of the pore filter. After that, in order to find out the oil recovery, the different processes like the secondary water flooding or tertiary injection, accordingly we can inject different kinds of things. So in the secondary water flooding, we inject the formation water and we try to find out how much of the crude oil can be recovered. So injecting formation water, only about 25 to 30% of the oil is can be recovered. So if we want to further increase and enhance the oil recovery, we can use different kinds of fluids in the processes called the enhancement recovery, where we inject different types of exotic fluids like chemicals, gas. So all these fluids can be injected in the pore flooding apparatus, which is capable of running the experiment under reservoir conditions. So the data that can be obtained from this pore flooding spatial pore analysis, pore flooding experiment, are the connect water saturation, which can be determined from the mass balance, the absolute permeability of the rocks to a particular state, it can be determined, and also in the oil recovery calculations like secondary flooding and also the different UR. Moreover, we can also calculate the pressure drop during the different processes. By analyzing the pressure drop, we can determine the pressure built up, and from the pressure built up, we can determine the point where the oil tank was formed, and also the mobilization of the residual oil by the different with like chemical capsules. Any queries till now? So let us resume. So another type of spatial pore analysis that is done is repeatability drawing. So this experiment is done in order to find out the wettability of the reservoir rock through the contact angle method. So we measure the contact angle of formed by a particular fluid on the rock sample. So what we do, we take core samples, we cut cylindrical core disc from the core sample, we clean and dry it, and also we polish it in order to make the surface very smooth. And then we saturate it with brine or and followed by the soda. Then the contact angle, it can be measured with by two methods. One is a fan drop method, another is a rapid bubble method. So with the help of these methods, we determine the contact angle. Contact angle gives an idea of the wettability of the portion. So based upon this contact angle, if the contact angle is between 0 to 75 degrees, it is the water wet. If it is in between 75 to 105, it is considered to be intermediate wet. And if it is greater than 105, it is called the oil wet. The angle is 180, it is said to be completely oil wet. So these two methods, they can be used in order to determine the wettability of determine the contact angle, and from the contact angle we can estimate or evaluate the wettability of the reservoir. Next we come to the different fluid flow equations. These fluid flow equations are very important because it helps to describe the flow behavior of the reservoir. So these equations are will vary depending upon the characteristics of the reservoir. So the reservoir characteristics include the different types of fluid, like it can be incompressible fluid, it can be slightly compressible fluid, or compressible fluid. Incompressible fluid does not exist. So like the crude oil and the formation water, they are mainly slightly compressible fluid, and gases, they are considered to be the compressible fluid. The flow regimes, depending upon the flow regime, the equations can be different flow regimes in the flow conditions, whether it is steady state, semi-steady state, or unsteady. In case of steady state, the fluid is flowing steady. In the laminar condition, the pressure is constant at the particular point. At a particular point in the reservoir, the pressure is constant. At a particular radius, it is constant. In case of semi-steady state, it is different. The pressure at a particular point in the reservoir, it declines steadily with time. Of course, it increases, but it never at a specific constant rate. Unsteady state flow, it is neither constant nor it is declining at a steady constant rate. So unsteady state flow is also called the transient flow condition because this unsteady state flow condition, it occurs for a short period of time after we create any type of disturbance in the well. This disturbance is mainly in terms of changing the flow rate. Suppose the well is static, the well is not flowing suddenly, we allow the well to flow, we create a disturbance, and because of this disturbance, there is a pressure wave traveling across the reservoir. So during this period, when the pressure wave it moves through the reservoir, we call it unsteady state because the pressure conditions are very unsteady. So once it reaches the pressure wave, it reaches the outer boundary. It can be either a steady state or a semi-steady state flow condition, depending upon the boundary of the reservoir, depending upon the boundary condition. If the boundary is open, if the fluid is influxing across the outer boundary, it will be a steady state flow condition. Otherwise, if the boundary is closed, we will have semi-steady state flow condition. The reservoir geometry is also important, whether the flow is taking place under radial condition or linear condition or spherical or hemispherical. So depending upon these characteristics of the reservoir, the flow conditions will be different. The flow equations will be different. Now these flow equations they are determined by combining the Darcy's equation with the mass balance equation and also the various gas equation of states. Now let us very quickly we'll see the fluid flow equations. In case of radial flow, you see the fluid is flowing here the area of cross section it decreases towards the well. It is going in the radial direction. So steady state flow condition, and it is showing gradually for incompressible fluid, the flow equation is given by the flow equation that is used in order to find out the flow rate for steady state incompressible fluid. If we have a slightly compressible fluid like the crude oil and the formation of water, we have to consider the compressibility of the crude oil and also the formation. For the fluid like a natural gas, we have to consider the flow equations of the compressible fluid. Now, for the reservoir to flow under steady state condition, the boundary should be open. I told you, depending upon the boundary condition, we can have the steady state or the semi-steady state. If the boundary is open, there is influx of fluid across the outer boundary, we will have a steady state flow. Semi-steady state flow condition is where the the pressure at a particular point decreases linearly. So this is the condition of semi-steady state flow condition. So in this case, the boundary is considered to be closed. There is no flow across the outer boundary. So we have a boundary condition at the outer boundary, which is changing pressure with respect to radius is 0. For slightly compressible fluid, we have to consider this equation in order to get the flow rate under steady-state system. Similarly, for compressible fluid like natural gas, we are using this equation to derive from the gaseous equation as well as the equation of the fluid. For the unsteady state flow condition, this unsteady state flow condition is also called the transient flow condition because it occurs for a short period and it changes when there is a difference. Suppose we are flowing at 100 barrels per day and suddenly we change the flow rate to 50. So because of the change in the flow rate, there is a disturbance created in the well. And this disturbance it causes this is the pressure wave or the pressure transient wave is created at the well bore, and this wave would move away from the well and ultimately it reaches the outer band. So during the period when it originates at the well bore and till the time it reaches the outer boundary condition, we have the transient flow condition where the flow is very unstable. It is neither constant nor it is declining at a steady. So in this case, we have to use the diffusivity equation, which is one of the most important equations that is used for unsteady state. It is called the radial diffusivity equation because there is a term called the diffusivity factor is here. So this is an important equation that is used. Now, based on this equation, we have two types. Based on the boundary condition, we have two types of solution to this diffusivity equation. One is called the CPR solution, mainly used in case of the well test analysis, and the CPP solution, which is used in case of the water influx calculation. CPR solution makes the pressure at a particular terminal, mainly the well bore, is constant, I mean the rate is constant, and we find out the change in the pressure with respect to. Conversely, in case of the CPP solution at a particular terminal, mainly in this case is the oil-water contact, the pressure is held constant, which is equal to the well specific pressure, and we measure the amount of fluid. So we are mainly in water flux calculations, we are mainly concerned with the amount of the rate of water that is coming inside the oil reservoir. So we use the CPP solution in case of water influx, and for doing the depth analysis, we use the CPR solution of the diffusivity. So different equations are there depending upon the CPR solution which is used for depth analysis. So depending there are two forms again, the EI function solution, dimensionless pressure solutions can be used in order to define the various terms under CPR solution. Now, the principle of your position is also used in order to solve the diffusivity equation because normally what we consider in the deriving that equation that there is a single well in a particular reservoir. But in most of the real case situations, we will have a number of wells in a particular reservoir, and this wells, they are flowing at a not flowing at a constant, they are flowing at different variable rates. And also there may be uh, various inconformities in the well bore, like in the presence of any types of fault. So all these effects can be accounted for with the help of the principle of property. So the effect of multiple wells, if we have multiple wells in the field, so they are flowing at different rates. So to find out the pressure drop or the pressure behavior of a particular well, we can use the principle of cross solution, where we superimpose one effect over the other. Suppose there are three wells in the uh, reservoir, and we want to find out the effect of the three wells in a particular reservoir. So we are adding up, summing up the pressure effect of each of the well in a particular well. So again, the change in the flow rate, if the well is producing a variable rate of initially it was flowing rate, it was not flowing, it was zero. Suddenly, if the flow rate was increased to 1 and again, subsequently, after a particular period of time, it has changed to a different rate. And these effects can be accounted for with the help of the principle of propagation. Again, I told you if there is a presence of fault also, the principle of rotation can also take account of this by placing an image well in order to find out the effect of this unconformity or the fault in the reservoir. Now, the fluid flow equations also take into account the steam factor, as the steam factor is the zone of altered permeability around the wellbore. Sometimes due to formation damage, the formation near the wellbore is different from the formation porosity adjacent the well. So because the porosity near the wellbore is different from the away from the wellbore, the flow equation changes. So you have to take into account the steam factor also. So this is taken care of by introducing the steam factor X. The steam factor X is introduced into the different flow equations in order to take into account this altered zone of porosity around the well. Now we come into the different oil recovery mechanisms, how the oil is recovered. Now the recovery of oil it can be classified into three stages. The primary, where the primary recovery it takes place to the reservoir own energy. Reservoir energy is manifests to the pressure is the reservoir energy. So in this case of primary recovery, the oil is flowing naturally to the surface by its own energy. And the recovery by this primary mechanism, there are different types of drive mechanisms. These drive mechanisms are responsible for moving the fluid to the surface. So the recovery by this primary mechanism is around very less, 5 to 10% of the oil in place can be recovered with the help of the primary mechanism. So as the recovery is very less, so we implement different types of injections, like the secondary recovery process. So we inject the natural gas and the water into the oil reservoir, the oil bearing part of the reservoir, it's called the water flooding. So this injection of the classical ships like natural gas and the water, it helps in maintaining the reservoir pressure. So this secondary recovery operation is also called the pressure maintenance operation, because the injection of this fluid helps to maintain the reservoir pressure, which assists with instrumental in increasing the oil recovery by 15 to 20% of the oil. So again, some other injection schemes are also followed. We call the enhanced oil recovery, also called the tertiary oil recovery technique, where we inject different types of fluids like chemicals. We inject specially different types of gases are used in order to increase the recovery beyond the secondary process. So as it shows that this enhanced recovery, there is two different types of exotic fluids more costlier than the secondary method, where we are using the conventional injection fluids like the natural gas and the water. So it has been observed that the average recovery factor by primary and the secondary recovery is around 30 to 40% of the oil in fluid. So that means a maximum amount of oil is left unrecovered. So the unrecovered oil is the target of the secondary recovery scheme. I mean the enhanced oil recovery scheme. So with the help of this enhanced oil recovery scheme, so we can an additional 5 to 35% of the oil can be recovered. So primary driving mechanisms that always discussed in by the previous research person. So in this case, it is going naturally to the surface with the help of different natural drive mechanisms, and it controls the physical behavior and the performance of the system. So there are different types of driving mechanisms responsible for moving the fluid from the reservoir to the surface and also into the wellbore. So these are the rock and the fluid expansion drive that is in the morning sessions, which were discussed the different types of driving mechanisms. The rock and the fluid expansion drive, the diffusion drive, the cascade drive, the water drive, the heat mechanism, and the combination. Of this, the combination drive mechanism is the most commonly encountered driving mechanism because it has a combination of the other types of driving mechanism. So among the efficiency, the diffusion drive mechanism is considered to be the least efficient, and water drive is considered to be the most efficient driving mechanism because of the frontal displacement, crystalline displacement of under the water, and gravity definite mechanism is considered to play its part in almost all of the reservoirs. Another important phenomenon that occurs in case of oil reservoirs having aquifers, I think that it is found along with the aquifer is the water influx. So in water influx is also called the water encroachment, where the water from the aquifer that surrounds the oil reservoir it encroaches into the oil reservoir. So because this encroachment takes place because of the pressure drawdown that is created. Now when the oil reservoir is produced, this is the well, this is the oil reservoir, it is produced, when it is produced, low pressure zone is created in this area. So because of the low pressure zone, pressure difference is not if the pressure drawdown is created between the aquifer and the reservoir, and in order to offset the pressure decline, the water is encroached into the oil reservoir. So it is all called the water. In order to have water influx, the boundary of the reservoir should be open. So the factors that contribute to water encroachment or water influx are the expansion of water in the area. Because when the pressure decreases, the water expands, it tries to come into the low pressure zone, and this pushes the water into the oil. And also the compressibility of the aquifer. The pressure decreases, the fluids are compressed, and this water is comes into the low pressure zone. Now there are different types of geometry, like the bottom water drive and the water drive. Here, if, if the areal extent of the reservoir is more, then we have a bottom water drive. Otherwise, if the water encroaches along the banks of the reservoir, we have the edge water drive. Now, how do we recognize that there is natural influx of the water and water encroachment taking place in the reservoir? So this is normally observed by analogy. So if a nearby reservoir is producing underwater drive, there is a likelihood that the present reservoir is also producing underwater. Second is by observing the reservoir performance. So if we observe the changes in the reservoir as the fluid takes place, we can also predict whether the water influx is taking place. Now, low and decreasing pressure decline is indicative of water. The pressure is decreasing, but that decline is very gradual. It can be due to the water influx that is taking place in the reservoir. Now, and because of the pressure maintenance in the reservoir because of the water influx, the pressure is maintained. So the GOR also is increasing, but at a slower rate. So a lower rate of increase in the produced GOR is also indicative of water. Another indicator of the nutrient water influx is the early water production from the edge wells. So these are called the edge wells. This the wells near the oil water contact. As the oil water contact as the oil water contact it moves up, it the perforations of the edge wells. This is the perforations of the edge wells. So these edge wells will be producing higher early water production. So early water production from the edge wells is also indicative of the water. Now, how do we estimate the nutrient water influx? There are different correlations, equations that are used in order to calculate the water influx, how much of water influx is produced. Now, this natural water influx is to be differentiated from the artificial water injection. In case of artificial water injection, like the water flooding, we are artificially injecting the water into the oil zone in order to maintain the reservoir. But here, this case is different where the pressure decrease in the oil reservoir causes the water from the surrounding aquifer to encroach into the oil reservoir. So this is the case of the artificial water injection. We are injecting water. It's called the secondary water flooding. We inject the water into the oil zone, the formation, the producing zone, and this water it pushes the oil towards the producing. It is an injector well, and it's like a piston. It pushes the frontal piston, it pushes the oil towards the producing well. So it increases the oil. Now, water flooding is the most reliable and most widely used and also the most reliable form of secondary recovery operation. Now, this water flooding is also called the pattern water flooding because the injector is water is injected to the injectors and between the producer. So injection and the producing wells they are arranged in the particular pattern. So water flooding is also sometimes called the pattern water flooding where the injectors and the producers are arranged in a particular geometrical pattern. The main objective of this water flooding is to have an uniform and balanced distribution of the oil to improve the quick efficiency and obtain higher oil recovery. Now, what type of water is used for water flooding? Mainly, we use the produced water. Produced water is said to be the most compatible water because it is produced from the reservoir, so it is said to be most compatible. So it is reduced formation, so because it is compatible, there will be reduced formation damage in the reservoir. And sometimes water is needed to be treated before it is injected, and sometimes we also use a makeup water. So the produced formation water may not be sufficient, and then in that case we have to add some makeup water, which in this case is the seawater or the filter water. In case of offshore production facilities, it is the seawater, and in case of onshore, we use the river water to make up the, the, the makeup water that is used. Now, this is the mechanism of the water flooding. In case of water flooding, one important parameter is the mobility ratio, which is the ratio of the mobility of water, the displacing phase, that is the water, to the mobility of the displaced phase, in case of this oil here. So ideally, the mobility ratio should be less than 1, in which case the mobility of the water will be comparable to the mobility of oil. So in this case, it shows that the mobility ratio is greater than 1. Mobility ratio is greater than 1 means that it is not favorable. The mobility of water is more than the mobility of the oil. So fingering takes place with the injector, it moves faster towards the producing well with fingers and leaving the oil. This portion of the oil is not recovered. So for the steering. So if we can make the mobility ratio favorable, we can reduce the mobility of the water, it will become, the M will become favorable and will become less than 1, in which case it is favorable, and it will lead to the pressure efficiency, more of the oil will be swept, and we will have higher oil recovery. Now, with oil recovery, the total recovery factor is depends upon a number of parameters, which are the displacement of the microscopic displacement efficiency, the real quick efficiency, and also the vertical efficiency. So on these factors, the total recovery. So if we want to find out the cumulative oil recovery, then we have to multiply the recovery factor with the original oil. Now, ED is the microscopic displacement efficiency. That means how much of the oil from the set area has been removed. And aerial efficiency is the ratio of the area of the pattern has been set by the interface space. Vertical efficiency is the conformance also called the conformance factor, how much a portion of the vertical portion of the pattern area has been set by the injected flow. Now for the water flooding, different many equations are there, and these equations are the calculated. It was developed way back in 1942 by Berkeley University. The fundamental equations are the fractional flow equations and the quantum quantity. So the fractional flow equation is used to find out the fraction of the full flow, that is the water flow rate, and the quantum advance equation is used to find out the distance of plane of constant water saturation levels at a particular time. Now, it has been observed that the average recovery factor by water flooding is around 34%. This is the average recovery factor worldwide. That means it leaves behind about 56% of the maximum of the two-thirds of the oil is left behind. Now, different factors are responsible that leads to higher oil, high residual oil situation. These are the high oil viscosity. So if the viscosity of the oil is high, the mobility ratio becomes unfavorable, which leads to inefficient displacement. And also the existence of interfacial tension. If there is interfacial tension, the capillary pressure increases, and this capillary pressure, it holds the residual oil in place. It cannot move, it becomes immobile, so the oil recovery factor is decreased. Heterogeneity is also another reason of high residual oil saturation. Because of the heterogeneity, there is fingering of the oil in the water moves along the higher quality slits, the recovery factor decreases, precipitation also decreases. Verticality of the rock is another factor which affects the fingering oil saturation. Because the rock needs to be water wet. If it is oil wet, then the oil is going to adhere to the rock grain, and this portion of the oil is not going to be produced, and the oil recovery factor decreases. Now, how to maximize the oil recovery? To maximize the oil recovery, we have to reduce these culprits that are responsible for high residual oil. So this includes mainly to increase the microscopic displacement efficiency and also the volumetric efficiency. Now, how can we increase the microscopic displacement efficiency? By decreasing the oil viscosity. The oil viscosity, it can be decreased by injecting gas. When we inject gas into the reservoir, in case of an enhanced recovery, this gas will mixes up with the oil and the viscosity decreases. This method is called the water alternating gas method, that we alternately inject the water with the gas in order to arrest the mobility of the gas. There is another method called the carbonated water injection, where we're injecting carbonated water like the carbonated drinks we have, and we are injecting into the reservoir. And for reducing the capillary forces, we use different and chemicals are injected into the reservoir so that the capillary forces reduce the oil recovery can be increased. Now, what will be alteration? It can be done with chemical injection. Different types of chemicals are injected, like alkalis, etc. They are responsible for altering the versatility, favorable versatility alteration to water wet conditions. The smart water injection or the low salinity water injection is an upcoming method where is responsible for altering the runoff into favorable water wet conditions, thereby improving the oil recovery. Now, the volumetric efficiency can be improved for improving the mobility ratio, and this can be done by lowering the viscosity of the oil. This is again possible with the help of the drag method and the carbonated water injection. We can also increase the viscosity of the water by use of polymer injection. So we are making the viscosity of the water higher by adding polymer and increasing the mobility of the oil. The mobility of the oil increases and its viscosity decreases when the oil swells, and this can be done with the help of injecting gas into the reservoir. So accordingly, we have different types of enhancer recovery methods. So broadly, it can be classified into thermal, gas, chemical, and also other types of enhancer recovery methods like the microbial, the hybrid ones. So the mainly, if we see the common flow methods that are widely employed, the thermal method is the most widely used method, followed by the gas ER method, then chemical, and also the microbial, and also recovery also plays its part in improving the oil recovery. So here we will see a particular case of the gas injection called water alternative gas injection. So what is done here, the carbon dioxide and the water, they are alternately injected into the reservoir. And this is done in order to arrest the mobility of the carbon. So when we inject the water alternative to carbon dioxide, the saturation of water increases, and because of the increasing saturation of the water, the mobility of the carbon dioxide decreases. And this carbon dioxide, when it mixes up with the crude oil, it, it changes the properties of the crude oil. The viscosity decreases, it swells the oil, and these are responsible for mobilizing some of the residual oil, creating an oil tank which increases the oil recovery. Now, this injection process can be done under miscible conditions and immiscible conditions. Mainly, the immiscible condition is less efficient than the miscible condition. In this case, the minimum miscibility pressure is important, and the operating pressure of the reservoir of the injection process is more than the MMP we call the miscible injection is less if the carbon dioxide gas is only partially miscible with the crude oil, we call it the immiscible. Now we see how the carbon dioxide gas injection helps in improving the oil recovery. So when the carbon dioxide is injected into the crude oil, it immobilizes the lighter component. This is the crude oil. When the carbon dioxide is injected into the crude oil, it vaporizes the crude oil, it mobilizes the lighter component, and this lighter component, it comes into the flowing zone and it tries to, and it moves along with the flowing fluid. And also the viscosity reduction. When the oil is injected, the oil viscosity, it's carbon dioxide is mixed up with the crude oil, the viscosity of the oil decreases, and when the viscosity of the oil decreases, it becomes more mobile and it begins to flow. Oil swelling is another factor that is responsible for higher oil recovery by carbon dioxide injection. Because swelling factor is inversely proportional to the residual oil saturation. That means more the swelling is, the less will be the residual oil saturation. IFC reduction also takes place. IFC between the oil and the water also decreases, and when the IFE decreases, capillary pressure decreases, and this helps in recovering the adherent oil residual. So these are the different mechanisms for vaporizing the oil, swelling the oil, reducing the viscosity, and all these factors are responsible for increasing the oil recovery by carbon dioxide. So this shows the schematic diagram how the injection takes place. These are the oil, that you have passed through the air drain. Now when the carbon dioxide is injected, this carbon dioxide is put up with this crude oil, sells the oil, the viscosity reduces, and as a result, the oil begins to flow. With this diagram shows the experimental results. When the saturation increases, the pressure increases, the gas goes into solution with the crude oil, the carbon dioxide gas. It becomes miscible with the crude oil. When the carbon dioxide solubility increases, the viscosity of the oil decreases, and when the viscosity decreases, the oil becomes more mobile, it starts to flow more easily. And this diagram is shows the solution. The carbon dioxide becomes soluble, the solubility increases, the swelling factor increases, and the swelling factor increases, the oil residual oil saturation decreases. There are modified wet method also. This is different types of chemicals are used along with the water in case of the wet method. We call it the chemically enhanced water alternative gas method. Different chemicals can be used like surfactant, alkalis, and this helps in improving the oil recovery of wet injection oil. So in case there's a method called the wet flooding or stack flooding where the surfactants are added to the water and they are alternately injected with the gas. So this when we inject surfactant along with gas, this results in the formation of foam in the reservoir. So because of the alternative imposition and the previous process is created when we inject the surfactants and the gas alternately into the reservoir, the foam is formed. This foam increases the aspirant viscosity of the carbon dioxide gas, thereby it reduces the mobility of the carbon dioxide gas, so that the oil recovery increases. And as a result, when viscosity of the carbon dioxide decreases, the channeling and the filtering problems of the carbon dioxide gas is reduced rapidly. Now, this sag method, when the surfactants are injected, it also helps in reducing the oil-water interfacial tension because the surfactants they interact with the crude oil, reduces the oil-water interfacial tension, and this improves the oil recovery. Also, when the foam is produced, the mobility ratio becomes controllable. There is better mobility control and the mutual transfer of mass transfer of the of the carbon dioxide and the crude oil rich space, and this increases the oil. So this is a study that we undertake. It was shown that when the surfactants they are injected into the reservoir, they are susceptible to be absorbed by the reservoir. So surfactants, if they are absorbed by the clay minerals present in the reservoir rock, these surfactants they are absorbed, so the efficiency of the process decreases. So in order to sustain the efficiency, we add alkali. So by adding alkali, it was this diagram, this figure, it shows that this is the initial absorption of the surfactants by the reservoir rock. But when we add the alkali to it, the surfactant absorption was reduced to a considerable extent. So the two anionic surfactants were used by adding different concentrations of alkali, sodium carbonate. We could reduce the surfactant absorption to a considerable extent. So accordingly, this method was developed called the alkali surfactant alternative study, where the alkali and the surfactants they are mixed with the water and they are alternately injected with the gas. So when the alkali and the surfactants they are mixed with water, the interfacial oil-water interfacial tension is reduced to the ultra low level. The oil-water interfacial tension it is reduced to ultra low value, which is less than 0.01 millinewton meter. And because of this ultra low IFP condition, the oil recovery frequency increases. Also observed in this study is that when we use the alkali surfactants along with the carbon dioxide, when stronger forms are generated, it helps in controlling the gas mobility. And because of the control in the gas mobility, we have better displacement of the oil, which improves the oil recovery by this method. So these processes are compared. Initially, we are injecting water along with carbon dioxide. Then we are injecting surfactants, water solution, and carbon dioxide, and then alkali and surfactants. So it has been observed that by adding surfactants and alkali surfactants, we get stronger foam. The foam stability increases when we add the alkali and the surfactant compared to when we use only surfactant. So this leads to the formation of stronger foams, and also the ultra low IFP conditions are environment is created, which leads to better microscopic displacement efficiency, and as a result, higher oil recovery was obtained in case of the process where we injected the two chemicals, alkali and surfactant, along with the gas. So this is the study we undertook in our labs, where we are using a formulation of alkali and surfactants. We injected alternately with carbon dioxide, and when it was alternately injected, foam was created, and because of the foam generation inside the reservoir, the oil band was created, and that led to higher oil recovery. So in order to optimize this process, in order to reduce uh, the improve the economics of the process, instead of alkali, we use low salinity water. So when the low salinity water was used along with surfactant instead of alkali, it was observed that the efficiency increased, and also the displacement process was more efficient due to the formation of stronger solids. So in this process, it was observed that the wettability, because of the use of the low salinity water, initial oil wet condition was changed into water wet condition. So we had water wet condition, and because of this, the oil recovery was increased. So this it shows the initially it was intermediate wet when we used low salinity water. It was reduced to water wet. So water wet condition is a favorable condition for recovery. So different types of surfactants were used, anionic, cationic, and also anionic. In all the cases, it was observed that using the low salinity surfactant solutions, the intermediate that we could obtain water wet condition from intermediate solutions. So this two diagram it compares the low salinity stack process with when we use alkali and surfactant. So interfacial tension in case of the low salinity it was higher. Although it was higher, the capillary number was low, but comparable oil recoveries were obtained during the process. So in this process, we are using an extra chemical, but in this case, we are only using the low salinity water along with surfactant. So this is the design of chemicals in case of if you was a lengthy process, we are using alkali and surfactant. So we have to optimize or formulate the sludge with the help of the phase behavior study, form stability phase was also done, the equilibrium IFT was determined, and the surfactant absorption So the foam stability also increased in case of the low salinity suspension and reduce the low salinity water and the compared to this and reduce the alkali. This diagram it shows the dynamic absorption study we undertook. So it was observed that by adding alkali, we could reduce the absorption. The same effect was observed also when the low salinity water was. So this table it shows the comparison of the two processes. In this case, we are using the low salinity water and surfactant, and in this case, the alkali and surfactant. So instead of alkali, we are using the low salinity water, and the absorption was found to decrease 30%. This is the co-flooding experiment we done. We did in our lab the results of the co-flooding experiment. So, using the low salinity water and surfactant, we obtained an extra oil recovery, additional oil recovery of 23.16% of the original oil in phase. And when it was compared with the alkali surfactant alternative gas study, also comparable oil recovery was. In this case, although we thought the secondary number was high, comparable in this case, you see the secondary number was low, but we obtained a comparable oil recovery compared to the process of recovery where the secondary number was low, but the comparable oil recovery were obtained for two types of surfactants, that is dynamic surfactant. So this diagram it shows the oil recovery curves for the low salinity surfactant on the gas flooding. So the oil recovery, different oil recovery was around 23%, the cumulative oil recovery was around 50%. So three types of two study experiments were done. One with high salinity water trap, another using dynamic surfactant, and another using. So it was observed that using anionic surfactant in case of control was slightly better on the other. This graph it shows the pressure drop curve. So peak in the curve it shows that when you use the anionic surfactant, there is higher purity pressure. This peak is an indication that the oil bank formation and more amount of oil was material oil was modified. This is the diagram for the alkali surfactant alternative gas study. Also, we also the different curves, the peak in the curve, showing us this percent, the oil bank formation. There also the cumulative oil recovery was around. So in both the cases, comparable oil recovery was obtained, but this was an economical process because we didn't use two chemicals, only the desalinity water and surfactant water. There we are using two types of chemicals. So in terms of efficiency, they are the same, but in terms of economics, this low salinity surfactant oil alternative gas. So this is a comparison between the two processes that we studied in our lab. So it was operated under low salinity conditions, whereas this process was conducted under optimum salinity conditions. For obtaining the optimum salinity, we conducted the phase behavior test, and it was cumbersome, it was time consuming. Whereas using the low salinity conditions, we only reduce the salinity of the conditioned water and determine the optimum low salinity condition. Here the chemical slug that was used was, again I told you, only the low salinity was affected. In this case, the chemical slug that we used was alkali and surfactant. So in terms of economics, it is better because we are using only one chemical. Again, the oil water IFP was not in the very low, but in case when we are using the alkali and the surfactant, we obtain ultra low range IFP, and this was responsible for mobilizing and recovering the capillary health residual. So in this case of the motion magnitude, the second pattern better of time interactions was indicated because of the change in the variability. Whether in this case when we compare this case, better oil brine interactions was occurring because of the lower iron. And the foam stability, if we compare the foam stability of the two process, more stable foams was obtained in case of the new 70% alternatives. And we use again total water it was affected. Absorption of surfactant, it was comparable in both the cases. In this case, surfactant absorption was reduced by the alkali. In this case, the absorption was reduced by the motion. And in both the cases, the comparison on recovery is lower. And when we compare these two processes, time-consuming process, because we are conducting the fake behavior studies, we are conducting the RQ studies. So compared to this method, the earlier method was better because it is more convenient and also more cost-effective. So comparing these processes, it was concluded that it's a better effective option, and this one is an effective option. So with this, we come to the end of the presentation. Thank you all for your patience hearing. And if any queries are there, I will love them. Any queries, you can type in the chat box also. So if there is no query, we come to the end of the third session of day 3. I thank all of you for joining me in this FDP, the third day. I thank the business person also for sharing with us your expertise, your knowledge. So thank you all for joining in this third day of the FDP. So tomorrow, the session will begin at 10 a.m. So I request all of you to join in time. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. So I'll give you the feedback forms. All are requested to fill it up and submit.